to hide
to
your
hide, to hide,
secrets.
to hide, to hide, to hide.
Mountain
Mountain,
range.
mountain, mountain.
Paradise with 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, 5 community wildlife management areas, and 13 wildlife sanctuaries. On
On
arrival,
arrival, rising, 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 rising,
visitors
rising,
need a
rising,
day
rising,
or
rising,
two to
rising, rising,
experience
rising,
Entebbe's
rising,
most
rising,
attractive
attractive
features,
features.
found along the shores to Lake Victoria. Uganda, home to high glaciers and the valley of 9 lakes located in the mystical snow glaciers and the valley of 9 lakes located in the mystical snow valley. Uganda, home to high glaciers and the valley of 9 lakes located in the mystical snow-capped mountains of the moon, also known as the Rwenzori mountain range, extending over 5,000 meters at the Margarita summit, Africa's third tallest peak. Home to Lake Victoria, the world's largest tropical freshwater lake on the continent of Africa, producing 1 million tons of fish a year and employing thousands and supporting the livelihoods of millions. Home to the source of the Nile, the longest river in the world and source of adrenaline, your go-to for whitewater rafting, kayaking, bungee jumping, tubing, quad biking and sunset cruises. Home to the Murchison Falls, where the waters of the Nile with a loud crashing sound squeeze through a narrow gorge turning into the world's most powerful waterfall. Home to 20 primate species, the highest concentration of primates on the continent of Africa. Home to a total of 1,060 bird species, 11% of the world's bird species including some of the world's rarest and most spectacular birds. Home to the Lake of Small Birds, Lake Bunyonyi, the second deepest freshwater lake in Africa, dotted with 29 islands, a nirvana for bird lovers, and home to not just the magnificent buffalo, elephant, leopard, lion, and rhino, but also to the rare tree-climbing lions of Ishasha, the Nile crocodile, and half of the world's famous endangered mountain gorillas. Uganda is nothing short of a wildlife lover's paradise, with 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, 5 community wildlife management areas, and 13 wildlife sanctuaries. On arrival at Entebbe International Airport, contemplate spending a day or two to experience Entebbe's most attractive features. Found along the shores of Lake Victoria, Entebbe makes for an appealing introduction to Uganda with its historical gems and picnic-inspiring views. As you stroll along or ride that bicycle, experience the most endearing feature of Uganda, the free and approachable nature of its people. Play a game of golf at the open expanse of the 18-hole golf course sloping towards Lake Victoria, or pay a visit to the zoo, the Uganda Wildlife Education Center, which is right next door. Or better yet, relax at one of the many beaches that line the shores of the Lake Victoria, or cross to any one of the Sese Islands to indulge in some swimming, birdwatching, and sport fishing. On your return, perhaps shopping at the Entebbe Craft Village to get an early start on collecting those souvenirs would be in order. West of Entebbe is the Mabamba Swamp, which extends across a shallow, marshy bay on Lake Victoria's northern shore, the guaranteed most reliable place in the country for the famous shoebill sightings. Uganda's population of 45 million people is diverse, with 56 tribes and over 50 languages spoken by its natives. This diversity culminates into manifold traditional dress styles, customs, and ceremonies. Some 40 kilometers north of Entebbe is Uganda's capital, the bustling city of Kampala. From streets thronging with shoppers, hawkers, and revelers, to the quiet upscale areas lined with hotels, places to worship or hang out, Kampala is not only a dynamic and engaging hub of activity with numerous attractions worth exploring, but also East Africa's nightlife capital, renowned for its nightlife. The list of bars and clubs is endless, with something for everyone. Government has prioritized the enhancement of the rule of law by supporting the judiciary to ensure that the administration of justice is strengthened, with the recruitment of more officers and establishment of additional facilities countrywide. The Uganda People's Defense Forces continue to address any issues of cross-border conflicts, in addition to the pacification of the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, in line with agreements made with the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Following the successful enhancement of surveillance and improved crime detection within Kampala, the CCTV camera project has been extended to all cities and major highways. Kampala is the administrative capital and seat of Uganda's parliament, which is composed of 557 members, the 11th since independence in 1962. The members of this parliament were sworn in between the 17th and 20th of May 2021. The Speaker of the 11th Parliament is the Right Honourable Anita Annette Among, deputised by the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker Thomas Tayebwa. The 11th Parliament's 5-year term expires in May 2026. While in Kampala, consider exploring history, architecture, and religion. Kampala and its neighbouring environs has scores of places to visit, including the Uganda Museum, the Kasubi Tombs, the Equator, the Baha'i, Africa's only Baha'i temple, the twin-towered Roman Catholic Cathedral perched on Rubaga Hill, one of the hills of Kampala, the impressive St. Paul's Cathedral, the oldest cathedral in Uganda, the biggest mosque in Uganda, the Gaddafi National Mosque, where you can see Kampala in a 360-degree view from the skyscraper tower. The Uganda Martyrs Catholic Shrine, established in honor of the Martyrs of Uganda by the Mill Hill missionaries in 1935 at Namugongo, and Makerere University, one of the oldest and most prestigious English universities in Africa. With the exception of Kampala, Uganda has 10 other major cities including Jinja, Hoima, Arua, Mbarara, Fort Portal, Lira, Mbale, and Gulu that not only offer fun and adventure, but business opportunities as well. Approximately 80 kilometers east of the capital is Jinja City, East Africa's adrenaline capital and the place where the River Nile starts its long, winding journey to Egypt. Follow the river's amazing journey on horseback or in a boat ride, taking in the amazing scenery as the Nile curves and makes its way through fishing and farming communities. With 2 rainy seasons annually, Uganda is blessed with a climate and favorable soil conditions that have contributed to the country's agricultural success. 72% of Uganda's population is employed in the country's agricultural sector, the most important sector by far. The country is among the leading producers of coffee in Africa, Uganda's top earning export since the 1980s. Uganda welcomes all coffee enthusiasts to savour the rich scent and flavours of one of the world's finest coffees, taking you on a tour of an authentic coffee plantation at the end of your business trip, tracing your favourite coffee bean to its source deep in the Pearl of Africa from crop to cup. Uganda also produces bananas and oilseed crops like sesame, soybean, and sunflower, and is also a major producer of tea, maize, cotton, organic fruits and vegetables, flowers, poultry, and freshwater fish for export. Uganda's food is as rich and diverse as its culture, offering a culinary treat one cannot afford to miss. Enjoying a proper Ugandan meal is a celebration in itself. However, trying out popular street foods like the Rolex that can be eaten at any time of the day is an experience one must not miss. Whether you want to try out local Ugandan or international cuisine, the many restaurants available will cater to your need and taste. Government aims to establish the highest possible level of health services provided and made available for its people. A number of specialized health facilities have been improved and equipped countrywide to cater for these needs, such as the Specialized Children's Hospital in Entebbe and the Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital in Kampala. Government, through its agro-industrialization strategies, has over the years provided funds for private sector investment in key commodity agro-processing value chains, establishing fully serviced industrial parks and setting up and equipping factories and agro-processing industries in major regions of the country. This has led to improved market access while creating jobs and improving household income. Uganda has one of the youngest populations in the world. More than half of Uganda's total population are children and young adults of school-going age. Given the high influx of foreign students from the regions, Uganda is a hub for formal education, with 32 universities all accounting for a student population of about 120,000, turning out over 30,000 graduates annually. Uganda enjoys a comparative advantage in East Africa due to good curriculum, lower tuition, and student maintenance costs, and English being the main language of instruction. This has led to an influx of students from the East African region, including Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and South Sudan. The government continues to see to the development of infrastructure, which has contributed immensely to increased productivity through facilitation of efficient connectivity and the ease of movement of goods. Since 1986, the government of Uganda has paved hundreds of kilometers of roads per year. With the revival of the national flag carrier, Uganda Airlines now fully supports the aviation industry with flights from Entebbe to 12 destinations. The country is endowed with 18 inland water ports spread across the different water bodies, most of which are on Lake Victoria and applied by more than 170 vessels carrying an estimated 6 to 8 million passengers a year. With marked investments in the energy sector, the country's capacity to generate power has greatly improved, ensuring continued supply of electricity to foster increased industrialization. Uganda is well endowed with enormous natural resources such as minerals, hydro, geothermal, and petroleum resources. The discovery of oil is anticipated to spark two major investments: an oil refinery to process the oil and a pipeline to transport the oil from Hoima to Tanga port in Tanzania. Uganda is connected to 3 marine fiber optic cables off Africa's east coast in the Indian Ocean. The fiber has been laid out across the country, providing seamless connections, transforming access to public and private spectrums, as well as promoting e-commerce to boost economic growth and efficiency with faster internet speeds. Earmarked as the choice venue to host the upcoming meeting of the Pan-African Parliament in October 2023, Speak Resort Munyonyo and Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort has long been a favorite venue for conferences in Uganda. The resort has hosted conferences since 2001, including the 2007 Commonwealth Government Heads of State meeting, among numerous others. Today, the resort takes pride in its 3 ballrooms, 19 indoor and 6 outdoor conference venues, making it the premier conferencing venue in Uganda. Uganda is safe, warm, naturally hospitable, and easily accessible, with a wide-ranging choice of facilities and services that can successfully deliver your every meeting or incentive travel need. Come experience and explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, while you work. Uganda, home to high glaciers and the valley of 9 lakes located in the mystical snow-capped mountains of the moon, also known as the Rwenzori mountain range, extending over 5,000 meters at the Margarita summit, Africa's 3rd tallest peak. Home to Lake Victoria, the world's largest tropical freshwater lake on the continent of Africa, producing 1 million tons of fish a year and employing thousands and supporting the livelihoods of millions. Home to the source of the Nile, the longest river in the world and source of adrenaline, your go-to for whitewater rafting, kayaking, bungee jumping, tubing,
S'il vous plaît.
quad biking, and sunset cruises. Home to the Murchison Falls, where the waters of the Nile with a loud crashing sound squeeze through a narrow gorge, turning into the world's most powerful waterfall. Home to 20 primate species, the highest concentration of primates on the continent of Africa. Home to a
Bonjour, chers honorables, votre attention s'il vous plaît.
Honorables, your attention, please.
J'invite les honorables et les autres invités à prendre.
I'd like to invite the distinguished members of Parliament, all our guests, to kindly take their seats.
Je voudrais en même temps
I use this opportunity to invite the very honorable Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament. Could you kindly come to the high table along with other members of the Bureau, sir?
Is there anything that you want help from me about the program, or you're okay?
I'm okay.
You're okay, all right.
Madam Chair, I'm well, Chair. How are you?
Merci. Le programme appelle.
Thank you. We have a program before us, and we shall begin with the African Union anthem. Could we kindly stand for the African Union anthem? Thank you.
Let us all unite and celebrate together. The victor song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Ô fils et filles de l'Afrique, chers soleil, chers du ciel, faisons de l'Afrique la bread de vie. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, filhos, filhas da África, essência do sol, essência do céu, façamos da África flor da vida. Let us all unite and talk together to give the best we have to Africa. The cradle of mankind, the font of culture, our pride and hope and break of dawn. Ya amna wa barat Afrika, lugu asam shwa kedu sama. Afrika shajahatul ayat. Let us all unite and say.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much indeed. I am Gali Masaharu, the acting clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, and my role here is to facilitate the ceremony of celebrating this day. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, Honorable members of the Bureau, Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chairperson of the Committee of the Pan-African Parliament on Education, Culture, Tourism and Human Resources, Your Excellency Mr. André Dzabaipe, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps in South Africa, Your Excellencies, representatives of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, I would like, and I'm honored to announce to you the celebration of the 60th anniversary of the OAU, Organization of African Unity, that has become the African Union. The aspiration and ambition of this organization was initially to facilitate the union and solidarity among African countries, to complete then decolonization, to fight and struggle against imperialism, racism, and apartheid. 40 years later, the Organization of African Unity has become the African Union. 60 years later, we are celebrating and commemorating the birth of this organization, OAU, that has become AU. And this celebration is an opportunity to take stock of what has been done and an opportunity also to work for the future, for an Africa that we are aspiring to, an Africa that is economically integrated, economically and politically integrated, and that speaks with one voice. This is the sense of our celebration this morning. I'd like to wish you all a warm welcome within the Pan-African Parliament in this chamber to celebrate the 60th years of this continental organization. Let me now invite you to follow me and follow my reading of the program this morning. So after the anthem that was played over 10 minutes, and then after the anthem, we'll have a musical interlude for 10 minutes, and then we'll have opening remarks by honorable members in the room. And then we'll have messages of solidarity. This will be followed by a musical interlude as well. And then we'll have the presentation on Pan-Africanism and the African Cultural Renaissance. This presentation will be made by Professor Matoli Mocheka, Executive Director of Kara Heritage Institute. And he's also a member of the Pan-African Parliament. Then this will be followed by a musical interlude. And then we'll hear from our guest of honor, Professor Patrick Lok Otieno Lumumba,
De l'école de droit,
the director.
cette intervention sera faite en ligne. Nous aurons une petite pause et les travaux reprendront avec le thème qui sera présenté par le président du Parlement panafricain, le très honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, qui portera sur l'évolution du Parlement panafricain dans l'architecture de l'Union africaine, la feuille de route. À l'issue de toutes ces présentations, il y aura un temps d'échange, de débat portant sur le 60e anniversaire de l'UA, notre Afrique, notre avenir. Ensuite interviendra le mot de clôture qui sera donné par un des vice-présidents. Le tout sera couronné par un déjeuner et des expositions qui seront visibles au sortir de l'hémicycle. Ce programme est censé se dérouler dans un temps pouvant nous permettre aussi dans l'après-midi d'avoir une séance plénière. Donc je suppose que nous allons faire en sorte que le calendrier...
Make sure that this program be abided by. This being said, I'd like now to invite the technical team to display the short video clip on the creation of the OAU, followed by a short montage on the establishment of the Pan-African Parliament.
In 1963, heads of state of 32 independent African states, as well as representatives from African liberation movements, met in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia to chart the way forward for a unified approach in the fight for complete independence and freedom of African people from the yokes of imperialism, colonialism, and apartheid. The desire for unity in action culminated in the historic creation of Africa's first multilateral organization, the Organization of African Unity, the OAU, and the signing of the OAU Charter on the 25th of May 1963, celebrated to this day as Africa Day. The OAU was the manifestation of the vision of an Africa that was united, free, and in control of its own destiny. Guided by the OAU Charter, the organization undertook to support liberation movements and to accelerate Africa's journey to complete independence, while advocating for increased economic, social, and cultural cooperation and unity among African countries, which was enshrined in charters and treaties that advocated for collective action if Africa was to achieve its development goals, such as the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, popularly referred to as the Abuja Treaty. The drive towards increased regional cooperation and integration of African states to drive Africa's growth and economic development resulted in the decision on the 9th of September 1999 to transform the OAU into the African Union. The African Union was launched in July 2002 in Durban, South Africa, with the vision for an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. To realize its vision, the African Union adopted a development framework for the continent, Agenda 2063, as the foundation for delivering Africa's long-term socio-economic transformation that benefits all Africans and encapsulated in the 7 aspirations of Agenda 2063 and key continental flagship projects that will transform the continent. Since its formation, the African Union has made great strides in the areas of peace and security, gender, trade, agriculture, the creation of Pan-African institutions, youth employment, health, education, and many others. To ensure that the African Union is best placed to serve the continent, the organization has embarked on further transformation through the institutional reforms in order to accelerate, reinforce, and ensure service delivery to the African citizenry by focusing on key priorities with continental scope: realigning African Union institutions, connecting the African Union to its citizens, financing the African Union sustainably and with the full ownership of the member states, managing the business of the African Union effectively and efficiently at both the political and operational levels, to ensure that ultimately we achieve the vision for the Africa we want.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol.
Je suis conscient, honorables membres du Parlement panafricain, de votre engagement et de votre détermination à œuvrer en faveur de la défense des intérêts des peuples africains. C'est pourquoi je mettrai tout en œuvre pendant ma mandature pour vous apporter l'appui et le soutien nécessaires en vue de la réalisation des objectifs de paix, de stabilité, de développement et de renforcement de la démocratie, de l'état de droit en Afrique, des idéaux partagés par notre organisation continentale.
The Pan-African Parliament is a critical organ of the African Union, whose full institutional potential is going to become manifest as we rally to formulate effective and sustainable solutions to the tremendous crisis confronting our people and humanity in general.
The Pan-African Parliament serves as a point of connection joining Africa's legislators and citizens they represent to the African Union organs.
This institution is not an unnecessary institution. It is an institution that should be part and parcel of the instrument that will lead us to the promised land.
Merci. Vous comprendrez que
Thank you very much. This video flags and highlights the transformation of the OAU into the AU, with a development that led to the establishment of the Pan-African Parliament, which is the institutional emanation of this organization. This is to confirm, taking into account the voice of the African peoples in the decision-making processes. At this juncture, I'd like very humbly to invite Honorable Amina Suna, Chairperson of the Committee on Education, Culture, Tourism, and Human Resources. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk.
President.
Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency Andre Nzabaike, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps in South Africa, Professor Matule Mutseka, Executive Director of the Kara Heritage Institute, Professor Flo Bloomberg, Director of Kenya School Law, Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to express my most heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all those who are gracing with their presence the celebration of the Africa Day with a theme this year of a voice for an integrated, prosperous Africa, the African Union at the service of its peoples. Your Excellencies, honorable members of the Parliament, you may recall that on the 25th of May 1963, the African leaders met and adopted the Charter of the Organization of the African Unity, OAU. This charter provides for the unity and solidarity of the African states, as well as the eradication of all forms of colonialism in Africa. If we are here today, it is to celebrate this historical date when our leaders took the commitment to give a new vision to our dear continent. The primary objective of this gathering is to celebrate and recognize and acknowledge the successes of the Organization of the African Unity since its inception to date, and to share the information, knowledge, and the best practices of our past and our present in order to bear the vision of an integrated prosperity. The losses that have been recorded during colonization will be caught up very quickly. Dear members, it is our duty as representatives of our peoples to make sure and to urge our governments to rapidly implement the contents of Agenda 2063 in order to improve the lives of the persons and peoples that we represent. Excellencies, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I'd like to thank you once again, for your presence and wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you very much.
merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for your words.
Essayez de vous remettre sur le canal approprié. Parce que
Please select the appropriate channel according to your language. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite the Dr. Tabu Manije, Chief Operation Officer, National Heritage Council, to deliver his message of solidarity. Is Dr. Tabu in the hall? He is apparently not. May I invite His Excellency Chayeb Zayani, Chargé d'Affaires of the Embassy of Tunisia, to deliver his message of solidarity.
حضرة السيد فورتون
Your Excellency Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, members, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, ambassadors, and members of the diplomatic corps accredited to South Africa, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to address you with my remarks while we are celebrating together the Africa Day. It coincides with the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Organization of the African Unity on the 25th of May, 1963. The celebration of the Africa Day make us remember the sacrifices of the generations of African leaders, for our liberation and independence of our African states. While we are celebrating this day, we are proud to remember the sacrifices and efforts of the founding fathers of the African Organization of the African Unity, including President Kwame Nkrumah, Jamal Abdel Nasser, Leopold Sedar Senghor, and late Lahbi Bourguiba. Tunisia, that was called in the past Africa, and that has given its name to the African continental, is proud of it, of being an African country, and for its historical close ties that with the African peoples. This is an opportunity where we reiterate the commitment of the Republic of Tunisia to serve the interests of Africa and to strive as a member of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union to preserve peace and security and stability throughout our continent. Tunisia has been participating in 6 peacekeeping missions in Mali, Central African Republic, DRC, Sudan, South Sudan, and Abyei region. Dear brothers, dear sisters from Africa, let's work all together, hand in glove, in order to achieve peace, stability, and prosperity of our peoples, and in order to achieve the dream of our founding fathers for an Africa that is prosperous and peaceful. Thank you very much.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite Madame Maria Manuela dos Santos Lucas, High Commissioner of Mozambique, to deliver her message of solidarity.
Honorables, Excellencies, all the protocol observed. I don't have a written message, but I think when we celebrate our day, it's always easy to say what comes from our hearts. We are here today, especially in the house of the people of Africa. that you, honorable parliamentary, you represent them. So it's really an honor for us to be here in this house and celebrate our day, the day of our continent, a vibrant continent of diversity that you can see in this room, of vibrant men, vibrant women, vibrant youth. So we are here as Mozambicans to represent Mozambique, to thank the African Union, to thank the Organization of African Unity, because our independence, it was one of the results of the Organization of African Unity. Today also you can see with all the challenges that Mozambique is facing of terrorism in the northern part of Mozambique, who are there helping us? We have the SADC, we have Rwanda, but we also have the African Union. So we are here to thank you for all the support that are giving us. But also are here to celebrate our agenda, vibrant agenda 2063, but also the 2022 that was declared the nutrition. I think all of us, we know about the challenges about the food security in the continent. But also to say that our leaders, they have taught really greatly when they adopted it's called the silence the arms, the guns across the continent. So we have conflicts, but also we have man-made conflicts, like what I mentioned now, that we thought that everything is okay in our continent, in our countries, and after one day we wake up and terrorists were there and destroying everything and killing our people and destroying infrastructures. So we are here to thank you, Africa. Thank you for your support, and thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you, Excellency. I believe that we all agree with you that choosing the Pan-African Parliament for the celebration is not a coincidence, and it is, as you rightly said, the representation of all African peoples. Let me now invite the next speaker, Dr. David Douglas Hamadzi Ripi, His Excellency the Ambassador of Zimbabwe.
Dans la salle.
He is not in the hall. Let me invite the representative of the High Commissioner, the UN Commissioner for Refugees, His Excellency Kumitsile Leswisile. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Il n'est pas dans la salle.
He's not around either. Oh, sorry. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning. Dumelang. Your Excellencies, 60 years ago, Organization of African Unity was formed, and this was a watershed moment for Africa. What stands out is that this was the beginning of United Africa, Africa which reasoned together, which started talking about the future of its own citizens. And most importantly, Africa which ultimately transformed itself into the African Union for good reason. Africa has made a great stride in terms of human rights by, among other things, adopting the African Charter, on human rights, on human and people's rights, and its supplementary instruments such as African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child. The protocol of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa. The establishment of organizations such as Peace and Security Council, ECOSOC, Pan-African Parliament, the African Charter on Democracy, Good Governance and Election has further expanded the scope and it also integrates the principle of human rights in the political space on the continent. This year's theme, Accelerating Implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, resonates with the achievement that Africa has made in an area such as human and people's rights. Your Excellencies, Botswana, as a member of the the AU, recommits itself to the ideals of the AU and its institutions. For instance, the fact that she has ratified the APRM, an instrument that introduces transparency and learning from each other, is a demonstration of good faith on her part and a belief in AU and what it stands for. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Merci, Excellence, pour votre...
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. At this juncture, we're going to call on His Excellency Andre Zapayeke, Dean of the African Diplomatic Corps. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président, bonjour.
Honorable Speaker, good morning. Good morning to everyone.
What's going on? Huh? Let's shout together, Africa, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Africa, oh yeah! Oh yeah! Voilà, au moins ça nous réveille.
At least now we are wide awake.
So, Honorable Chief Fortune Sharumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Deputy President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable parliamentarians, distinguished guests, dear colleague ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, I know that Africa is in us. You ask me why, what are we doing here? But today is 25th of May, is a special day. The day that in 1963, 32 newly independent countries, so far they were all divided under different blocks, called Casablanca bloc, as you know, and the Moronvia bloc. Two blocks were fighting each other. But that day, they all decided that time has come to come together and to build the foundation of a future united Africa. The OAU was then born, not really as a perfect solution to African unity and problems, but as a necessary compromise between two antagonistic political blocs. Today is the occasion for Africans to remember important names in African history. Names that our youth and future generation should not forget. One of the most famous names, I think you will hear those names many times today. One of them is Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, that the next speaker, PLO, Lumumba, describes as the most passionate warrior of Pan-Africanism. So let's all say to Nkrumah, long live the spirit of Kwame Nkrumah. Another one is Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, who left us recently in June 2021. Long live the spirit of Kenneth Kaunda.
Long live the spirit of Kenneth Kaunda.
I called him the last of the passionates. Another one is Mwalimu Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. Long live spirit of Mwalimu Nyerere. Father of the Ujamaa philosophy. Ahmed Sékou Touré of Guinea. Long live the spirit of Sékou Touré. The brave man who looked straight in the eyes of General de Gaulle of France and told him the following: the notion of a continuing French community proposed to us will maintain our status of indignity and our status of subordination. We prefer poverty in liberty to riches in slavery. Let me also mention Patrice Lumumba. Long live spirit of Patrice Lumumba of DRC, who said and reminded each of us, Africans, that Africa is neither British, nor American, nor Russian. It is ours, it is African. Other African leaders that no African should forget are Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt. Long live the spirit of Gamal Abdel Nasser, who put the Suez Canal under control of Egyptian control. Ahmed Ben Bella of Algeria. Long live the spirit of Ahmed Ben Bella, who defeated the French. Habib Bourguiba of Tunisia. Long live his spirit. And Jomo Kenyatta, the leader of the Mau Mau uprising. Long live his spirit. I would like to pay tribute to all of them. I would like us to pay tribute to all of them, including those I have not yet mentioned, such as Sylvanus Olympio of Togo, assassinated after his decision to abolish the colonial franc CFA. Amilcar Cabral of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Barthélemy Boganda of the Central African Republic, who died in a plane crash after he proclaimed the Republic. And others, of course, important names, heroes, such as Samora Machel of Mozambique. Long live the spirit of Samora Machel. Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso, long live his spirit. Agostino Neto of Angola. Jerry Rawlings of Ghana. Of course, Nelson Mandela, the one I call the best gift Long live his spirit. I call him the best gift of Africa to the world. And the very last one I will always continue mentioning, we are lucky that we still have him, Sam Nujoma of Namibia. Long live his spirit. Viva Sam Nujoma. Viva Sam Nujoma. I mentioned this incomplete but long list of heroes to show that African struggle against colonialism has a vibrant and dynamic history. Yes, Africa has suffered from colonialism, but also we should be proud that its sons and daughters fought tirelessly for the freedom we are enjoying today. From Nigeria to the two Congos, from Lusaka to Dar es Salaam to Cairo and Algiers, the continent stood up to say no to colonization, no to apartheid, the last colonial regime in Africa. This unity against domination was a special expression of commitment to Pan-Africanism and to African solidarity. Nelson Mandela, who left South Africa in 1962 with an Ethiopian passport to go to Algiers under the name David Motsamai. The hospitality offered to exile MK combatants in the frontline states are the tangible evidence that African solidarity was not a fiction. It was real and proved to be efficient and one of the best achievements of the Organization of African Unity. Despite positive achievements in the 60s and 70s, the way to unity and to economic development remained paved with challenges. Some parts of the continent are still under non-African domination. Ceuta and Melilla, occupied by Spain, Mayotte, occupied by France, one of the islands of the Comoros, the Epars Island between Madagascar and Mozambique, and the Chagos archipelago in Mauritius, occupied by the United Kingdom. Besides that, new challenges such as anti-African conflicts, as we see today in some of our African countries. The worst one is now in Sudan. Terrorism, migration, food insecurity, malgovernance, and others remain recurrent and are jeopardizing the effort of our states to achieve African unity and development. In some part of the continent, coup d'etats are back, and Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want is still a myth. However, everything is not so dark on the continent. In 60 years, the one-party states, those who were born like me in the long ago, the one-party states have disappeared and given room to vocal opposition today, as I can even see it here. African civil society and youth are vibrant. Rule of law is slowly but surely becoming reality. And examples of democratic elections are numerous on the continent. So we should commend all those countries where this is happening. One of the last one was Nigeria. We are expecting also democratic elections soon in Zimbabwe and many other countries. So the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is a very, very good initiative, and it brings us closer to the dream of our founding fathers, dream of a united Africa. It offers a unique opportunity to Africans to improve road, rail, river, maritime connections between the different regions of the continent, and opportunity to increase intra-trade, intra-Africa trade. The Continental Free Trade Area should become, Mr. President, it should become the African version of the Chinese Road and Belt Initiative, and let's hope that one day we will be able to drive from Durban to Dakar and from Cape Town to Cairo. Let me just, before I conclude, give you, tell you a story I watched on TV recently of that was then when Singapore celebrated its 50th anniversary. And then they were interviewing people on the street, and they interviewed one guy, what he thinks about Singapore today and what has been achieved. And he told the journalist, just look around you. Me, if I look just around me, I say, I'm proud of what we Singaporeans have achieved in this country. I'm achieved of what my forefathers has done for me to be in this beautiful country. I hope that one day, maybe in our lifetime, our children will look around them and say how proud they are of what our generation has done for our respective countries. That's the message I wanted to deliver to you. Solidarity with you on behalf of the African Diplomatic Corps in South Africa. Thank you.
Merci, Excellence, pour cette
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. And I can tell that everybody here is actually, everybody here is carrying Africa in their hearts. And they do know exactly, they appreciate what those founding fathers were preaching. We're all working towards a common destiny, or working toward solidarity, which today is a reality through this institution of ours. Distinguished participants, Professor Eddie Maloka, the CEO of APRM, was supposed to be with us remotely, but we've just been told that he's going to be represented by Mr. Batloka. And so, with your permission, I would ask the technical team to help us hear Mr. Batloka. Online. Mr. Batloka, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, good morning and happy Africa Day to all of you. On behalf of the APRM CEO, Professor Dimaloka, and indeed on my behalf, I sincerely wish to express our appreciation to the Pan-African Parliament for organizing such an important event today, which marks 60th anniversary of the establishment of our continental organization, the Organization of African Unity, which was transformed into the African Union. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to speak at this important commemoration. Today, the 25th of May, is an important day in the history of our continent. Our founding leaders in this day, in 1963, convinced that it is the inalienable right of all people to control their own destiny, and with a genuine hope and a concrete vision for the continent, came together in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to create the Organization of African Unity. They created the OAU with the ultimate purpose to promote the unity and solidarity of African states, to coordinate and intensify the cooperation and efforts to achieve a better life for the people of Africa, to defend their sovereignty, their territorial integrity and independence, and most importantly, to eradicate all forms of colonialism on the continent. On this day, 60 years ago, His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, declared, "Today we look to the future calmly, confidently, and courageously. We look to the vision of an Africa not merely free but united." History teaches us that unity is strength, and cautions us to submerge and in the quest for common goals, to strive with all our combined strength for the path of true African brotherhood and unity. On the same day, His Excellency President Kwame Nkrumah also declared, "There is no time to waste. We must unite now or perish." I'm confident that by our concerted efforts and determination, we shall lay here the foundations for a continental union of African states. Indeed, Your Excellencies, our founding fathers have successfully helped us to recover our dignity as Africans and African states. Our leaders have managed to rid the continent of colonialism and forge a unity amongst ourselves. Let us all unite, therefore, let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to liberty and unity. Your Excellencies, our leaders have managed to establish institutions that are meant to crystallize and entrench our unity and solidarity. The African Union Commission, the Pan-African Parliament, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, AUDA and EPAT, the APRM, the African Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, to mention but a few. Therefore, let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for the lasting peace and justice on earth. Your Excellencies, Africa is richly endowed with vast resources and natural resources, which, if harnessed in accordance with our vision, Agenda 2063, will improve the livelihoods of our people on the continent through the rapid eradication of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Your Excellencies, it goes without saying that we all need to unite and toil together to give the best we have for Africa, the cradle of mankind, the fount of culture, our pride and hope at break of dawn. On this occasion, on the celebration of the Africa Day, let us rededicate ourselves to work to turn the African continent into a space of peace and stability, the dream of an integrated market with free people and free movement of goods and services, and the spread of prosperity as a tribute to the unity and solidarity of our people. Long live the African unity, long live. May God bless the African continent. Thank you, Excellencies.
Merci. Je voudrais une fois de plus demander à la...
Thank you. Once again, I'm going to ask you for a big round of applause for all those who took the floor. At this moment, we're going to have a musical interlude, and I'm going to call on the team to come and perform.
mental slavery. 6, the target number. 7, elements of reality. Ubuntu transformed into 7 deadly sins and 7 days a week. 8 hours to teach a slave what to think. 9 must never be 3 in 1. There's 9 months of pregnancy. 10 days in a week. This kingdom must be kept at hidden as fallen deacons. 11 must never be 1 plus 1. 12 edited houses of zodiacs equal to 1 year of Gregorian calendar. Surrender.
War. I live in a world so ignorant, where else everything is important. My own mom was drowned in torment, while I took up the industry, my brain was upset. Black-white domination, I salute your reason. It took me this close to remember this song will remember me to be strong. The devil will be gone and God will always be strong. Let's lead, black and be black and bring the black lambs back.
I have been waiting for your arrival, young ones. The map in your palms is the one that gave you directions to come here. You are the ancient Egyptians. The 500 years of mental slavery is now reaching an end. Close your books and listen to your consciousness. Africans are the tectonic plates for the world's civilizations. The ancient Greek philosophers started here at Kemet. Herodotus, Plato, Socrates, etc. Even the concept of Christian God creating a human being from soil. It was plagiarized from the African temple of Esna, where you're gonna find an artificial wall with goddess Khnum creating a human being from clay. And that temple is 1,000 years older than the embodied map of Greece and Rome. Africans, my boy in Zaloyelaga, my boy in Zaloyelaga. We are dead to Kamat, we are dead to Mvelingagi, we are dead to Ramaseti. Education is the key to sing the songs of African extinction. 1 + 1.
Zulu. Zulu. Haule mvula. Haule mvula. Haule mvula. Imvula. In this land full of godly resources and elements, amanzi, umoya, ihlahla, inyanga, ilanga, izinkanyezi nezintaba ezihlaza zichaza ubuhle balomhlaba. River, streams, river flows, mother's prayer, tears watered down the grieving soil of our forefathers. Oh, Gogo, Nomkulu. White dust blew by, made us kiss our land goodbye. Niti, itini ikubega pambili. Thathwa umhlaba, kwalahleka izinkomo zikababa. Esibayeni sasekhaya now stands a tall, square feet factory weighing down on me, its shadow casted in the name of job creation, while destroying the manifestation of Ufelingangi.
Unanga idakliktuka unga kalum kengalia chodila.
The warm yellow sun of God, not man but element, personified rather justified. Evil ways lift this envy veil, then promised land of milk and honey do dismiss this poetic reminder. The truth is our people are still bleeding.
Only the mutant can save them incorrupt. We are in a boxing ring fighting for the title of the white. The bondage of power that covers the heart, not to bleed for the poor, not the blind to have sight only. The deaf can hear the cyclone that blows away the black kite. Don't get me wrong, my fear is the dark, but corruption is the only candlelight. So, you tell me, how do you fix it? How do you fix corruption? The war between fire and ice, the snow with burning trees, a figure, an imageless man that lives in the edges of politics. Our leaders are raping power to breed, nothing else but greed. Rich and defeated, poor on their knees. We fought to empower, but they suffer still. A mythology is a black person being free. We are already born with our first skill, the melanin that reflects in our skin.
Colonial lanes stripped down their names. Zani amakama wetu. Zania mwaringuni himba twasan. Say their names. Bantu speaking people. Languages managed to slip off our tongues. This is why I'd have to bite this tongue and bleed before I complete a sentence without English in my phrase. These clauses stuck in my brain. Programming in standards that turn to grades that refuse to acknowledge the golden age rage. Yes, the stone age rage of Alke Bulan, a great civilization. I stand here as a result, a repercussion of generation stripped off of land, the curses, but now you have met the wrong ones. Singane zelanga izinkosi nezinkosikazi zomhlabathi, our hair praises Ramasedi. Afro fusion this crown, born to be great. Yes ma'am, kuhle emakhosini ga aset asar het herud. Ek is life. Do not cross my heart. Do not hope to die before the kingdom rises. When we take back the land, our ancestors' pride is
do or die. You have met the wrong ones. It's do or die. You have met the wrong ones. The white South African flag stands for change. The blue is the aim. The green is the fertility of Mama Africa's tale. The yellow is the golden tears of our gods crying for change. The red is the blood we have and still to pray. And the black, 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 is the endless sweat of pain. We are all lost, but one day we will be found. Someday our rights will be found. Someday Ubuntu will reign in our villages and towns. Someday it will breed religion and breed daughters and sons. It's do or die. You have met the wrong ones.
Merci, je crois que...
Thank you very much. I think this team needs another round of applause. Distinguished honorable members, you know that artists of all sorts were the vectors of the fight for independence of Africa, for the decolonization of Africa, be they writers, musicians, painters, sculptors. Each of these group of artists made their talents available for the liberation of this continent. And this demonstration display that we have just seen takes us back to time immemorial, where these stakeholders, where these players, where these actors played their own role fully. And having said that, I'd like to invite the next speaker, who is and he's going to make a presentation on Pan-Africanism and the African cultural renaissance. And this will be presented by Honorable Professor Matole Mocheha, the Executive Director of Kara Heritage Institute. He is also a member of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Member, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Program Director, allow me to salute Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Vice President of PAP, Honorable Amina, Chairperson of the Education Committee, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, Professor Lumumba, and last but not least, distinguished members of this august House. On this occasion of the 60th anniversary of the African Union, it gives me the greatest pleasure to address Africa and her people on Pan-Africanism and the African cultural renaissance as levers for building the Africa we want. African sages said that peoples and nations who do not know where they come from, they will not know where they are going. The African youth and children want to know who they are, where they come from, why they are here, and what is their purpose in this world. It is therefore befitting that before President Fortune Charumbira addresses you on the evolution of African Union and its architecture, that we look at the antecedents of Pan-Africanism and the African cultural renaissance as levers for building the Africa we want. Pan-Africanism is a political ideology that promotes African unity and solidarity as a common consciousness among all people of African descent. It is rooted within the shared experience of racial oppression of Africans throughout the African diaspora. Following the successful Haitian Revolution 1791 to 1804 and Haiti's declaration of independence, the idea of African freedom and sovereignty became a rallying cry for African political activists. In the United States, the African abolitionists of the 19th century, such as Frederick Douglass, debated whether immigrating to Africa or creating their own sovereign nation within the United States was the best solution to racial inequality. Shortly after the American Civil War ended and the 13th Amendment to Constitution abolishing slavery was ratified in 1865, there was a shift towards a more developed articulation of Pan-Africanism. By the dawn of the 20th century, slavery had been outlawed in many parts of the world, but racial prejudice against African people remained entrenched. Much of Africa was under the control of a handful of European powers who had partitioned the continent into administrative units that forced desperate African communities to live under the same set of oppressive colonial rules. In the United States and elsewhere, slavery was replaced by institutionalized violence and policies that promoted racial discrimination. During the 20th century, intellectuals and revolutionary movements sprang up around the world aiming to upturn the existing political order and its enforcement of anti-African ideologies. The Pan-African movement called for all people of African descent to unite, sharing their experiences of oppression and celebrating African history, culture, and traditions. Among the most influential intellectuals of this era was Liberian politician Edward Wilmot Blyden. Like Cromwell, he argued that an effective call for African unity required African people in the diaspora to return to their ancestral homeland and work alongside other Africans to rebuild this great continent. In the Caribbean, a Trinidadian lawyer who was profoundly influenced by Ethiopianism and the budding Pan-Africanism in the Americas, founded the African Association in 1897. A year thereafter, in 1898, Arthur McNeill Turner, Bishop of the AME Church and pioneer Pan-Africanist, visited South Africa and ordained 65 pastors and sent them into all 4 colonies to spread Ethiopianism and the budding Pan-Africanism. This work was interrupted by the outbreak of the Second Anglo-Boer War, 1899 to 1902. However, in 1900, Henry Sylvester Williams convened the first Pan-African Congress in London after consultation with other pioneer Pan-Africanists such as Arthur McNeill Turner, Booker T. Washington, and W.E.B. Du Bois. The Congress was opened by Bishop Alexander Walters of the Ethiopian Episcopal Church. Professor W.E.B. Du Bois delivered a keynote address titled "To the Nations of the World." In this address, Du Bois made his famous statement that the problem of the 20th century would be the problem of the color line. He closed his address with a plea to the nations of the world to respect the human rights of their African subjects. At the end of the Anglo-Boer War, Du Bois was vindicated by the conclusion of the Treaty of Vereeniging, which institutionalized the color line. At the end of the Pan-African Congress, the African Association was renamed the Pan-African Association, and Henry Sylvester Williams was appointed its secretary. At the end of the Congress, Henry Sylvester Williams and Peregrino, a Ghanaian journalist, came to Cape Town, South Africa, where they assisted Abdul Rahman and Sol Tsekiso Plaichi to establish the African People's Organization, APO. Abdul Rahman taught that the words African and colored were interchangeable. He therefore did not see Africans and colored people as separate races as the European settlers taught us. Meanwhile, Reverend Walter Busana founded the South African National Congress in 1894, 2 years after the formation of the Ethiopian Church of South Africa. In 1900, Ethiopianism also inspired John Langalibalele Dube, a self-confessed Ethiopian Christian, to establish the Natal Native Congress. Ethiopianism also inspired the formation of the Transvaal Native Congress by Sefako Maboho Makato and the Orange River Native Congress by Mapikela. Thus, in South Africa, like in the West and Central Africa, Ethiopianism catalyzed the birth of Pan-Africanism. In 1906, Pixley Sagagaseme laid firm historical and cultural foundation for Pan-Africanism in his oration titled The Regeneration of Africa. The importance of Seme's statement is that he described himself as an African, and he said that the glories of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt are the product of the African genius. Now, Seme's contribution also led to the formation of the oldest national liberation movement on the African soil, the African National Congress of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Now, when the ANC was founded, Seme said that African people must unite and bury the demons of racism and tribalism. And when agreement was reached to form this great organization, the African National Congress, Seme said its formation was the fulfillment of the Ethiopian dream of African redemption or liberation. Now, the Pan-Africanism that was championed by Seme and others was amplified by Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey said that Europeans have their Europe, Americans have their America, the Asians have their Asia. Where is the country of the African people? And he called on African people in the diaspora and on the continent to fight for the liberation of this continent. And he formed the biggest organization on earth in 1914. So I think Marcus Garvey is a great warrior for the liberation of our continent. But Marcus Garvey also understood that human beings cannot be united like objects. Human beings can be united by appealing to their essence, and that essence is their spirituality and their cultural heritage. And that's why Marcus Garvey called on Africans to worship God through Ethiopian, that is, indigenous African eyes. And he said that God is a spirit, and those who want to worship God must worship God through the spirits, not these modern worships, which gives God a human color and a human form, and gives angels human color and human forms, and therefore use religion to entrench racism. And that's why today the world is divided along racial, tribal, and religious forms. That's why even as we sit here ourselves, we describe ourselves as Anglophone Africans, Saxophone Africans, and Francophone Africans. How can you be an African and at the same time be Francophone and be Saxon? You can only be an African if you self-respect yourself. And how can you be a Christian? And how can you be a Christian and become a Roman Christian, Anglican Christian, Roman Dutch Christian? A Christian, if you want to be Christian, you can only be an African Christian, an Ethiopian Christian. So let's respect ourselves and identify ourselves as our God created us. But we must salute the African Union for declaring the African diaspora a sixth region of the ANC of Africa, because the African diaspora contributed greatly to our liberation. And if we go back to the early 20s, we find that Marcus Garvey catalyzed what we call the Harlem or Negro Renaissance. That Negro Renaissance is the one that promoted the African arts, culture, and music, and that's why in the struggle of the African people, the arts played a major role. So we really must give the African diaspora a great applause. But also the Harlem Renaissance, as Nelson Mandela said, influenced himself as the Kiwe of Nigeria, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. And it was that African Harlem Renaissance that shaped the revolutionary consciousness of early Pan-Africanists. And that's why we saw that when the fascist Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935, the whole of Africa rose in support of Ethiopia, and they said that the defeat of Ethiopia is the defeat of all people of color. So you could see the emergence of Pan-Africanism in reality and the solidarity of African people in defense of this continent. But in 1945, after the Western powers betrayed us in the First World War and the Second World War, which they would not have won without us, Nkrumah said that after World War II, Africans will not accept anything less than their right of self-determination and human rights. And now, in 1945, at the 5th Pan-African Congress, which was led by George Padmore of Trinidad and Nkrumah himself, it was decided that African people, workers, peasants, intellectuals must use everything at their power to liberate this great continent. And indeed, Nkrumah led the charge, took Ghana to independence in 1957. And 1958, he brought together all the leaders of the liberation movements in Accra and said that Ghana would not be free unless all African countries are free. And then he urged all these leaders to go back to their countries and liberate their countries so that Africa could be united. But in this regard, we cannot forget Fidel Castro, who in 1959 led Cuba to freedom. And in 1960, at the first UN General Assembly meeting, Fidel Castro, Nkrumah, Lumumba, and others met in Harlem, the incubation hub of Pan-Africanism and African cultural renaissance, where they agreed with the support of Khrushchev, the Russian president, to launch a resolution on decolonization. But what was important there was that they said the colonial powers must not give freedom for Africa with reservations and restrictions, because they had seen that Western powers give freedom to us, but gives us bills of rights which allow them to keep our land and natural resources, and which allow them to impose their religions and suppress our own, which allow them to impose their medicines and suppress ours. And the result today is that Africa, which is endowed with mineral resources and has 60% of the arable land, Africa today is the poorest of continent. And African people survive on donations, on charity from Europe, whereas Europe is advanced and sustains itself because our resources. Now, if there is any call that this parliament should make, is to say, with due respect, Africans must expropriate their land and natural resources without compensation, because those who stole our land and natural resources did not buy this. And our backwardness and underdevelopment today is not because we are not intelligent, it's not because we are stupid, it's because we allow former colonial powers to continue owning our land and the natural resources. And right now, when we are sick, we cannot heal ourselves because they own our forests and they are exploiting our herbal resources to produce medicines and put chemicals into those medicines. When we are sick, we drink these medicines, and then they make us more sick because they say, don't drink the medicine unless you have eaten. What will you eat if you have been impoverished? So they are not producing solutions for us, and that's why our leaders say we must actually find African solutions to African problems. Now, we must agree as this House that we need an African cultural revolution which will ensure that we achieve social and political freedom. Because today, Africans are politically free, but not socially and economically free. And that's why I must end up with a big question. The big question is, why is Africa and Africans facing, this continent facing, cannot silence the guns? We are the poorest of the poor. We are the most sick. Why? Because we did not listen to Sasresa Khama, who said that a nation must have a soul. And he was supported by Mandela, who said a nation must have a soul. Even Xi Jinping says a nation must have a soul. But under colonialism, Africans have lost the soul and its inherent ethical and moral values. And because we lost the soul, we don't mind killing women and children, abusing women and children. We don't mind as leaders to use our political office to feed ourselves and our families at the expense of the masses of the people. Now, I want to end by saying that there can be no African revolution without African people. That we as parliamentarians, we must go back not to ask for more votes, but to empower the people of Africa, raise their consciousness, make them understand that the future is in their hands and that the total liberation of this continent can only be achieved if the masses of the continent take the responsibility for their own liberation. And please, as MPs and as political leaders, let's stop for working for ourselves and our families, and only go to the people to get the votes. Thank you very much.
Merci, s'il vous plaît. Donnez encore.
Please, another round of applause. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Honorable Professor. It was a matter of a new African order. That's what you spoke about. But what do we see today? Have we reached that objective? How many African countries in the institution at the creation of OAU? What are the antidotes for the fragmentation of Africa? So many questions, hoping that the next speakers will give elements of answers. Having said this, I would like to introduce a musical interlude given by Mrs. Bayati.
Good day. My name is Bahati Sitole, and my only mandate is to give you a piece from our late Mama, Miriam Makeba. Devilizwi kweloncholo Dakangela no sondela la lesicho lesiti ilizwe lifile jilo jilo imadilo jolo. That's the feedback. Okay, we can all hear the feedback, right? Let's do it again. Devilizwi kweloncholo dakangela dasondela la lisicho lisiti ilizwe lifile jilo jilo imadilo jolo. Wayembethe ingubo ezimhlophe wayembethe ingubo ezibomvu la lesicho lesithi jili 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 jilo jilo imandelo jolo jilo jilo imandelo jolo jilo jilo imandelo jolo. Yes.
Nandiloncholo, chilonchilo.
Applaudissions une fois de plus par...
Another round of applause, please. Miriam Makeba, who was one of the famous musicians who was at the forefront of the struggle against apartheid. That is why that a tune was selected. We have now online a contribution that will be given by Professor Lumumba, and I'm asking the technical team to make the necessary arrangements so that we can hear the presentation, or rather the keynote address, online. Professor, you have the floor. Professor Lumumba, you have the floor.
Saying how glad I am to join you courtesy of the invitation of the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Let me also say how glad I am to have the opportunity to address members of the Pan-African Parliament. And let me also say how glad I am to do so on the occasion of the commemoration of 60 years since the founding of the Organization of African Unity, which is now the African Union. I've had the advantage of listening to the presentation that have been made. I've had the advantage of listening to the history that has been given about the beginnings of the Pan-African Congress in the 19th century and how the Pan-African movement did give impetus to the struggle for independence, culminating in the independence of Ghana in 1957. The history is important to the extent that it contextualizes our understanding of the Pan-African movement and contextualizing the movement beyond the continent of Africa to include Africans in the diaspora wherever they are. Many of us will know that exactly today, 60 years ago, 32 heads of states and government assembled in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the occasion of the creation of the OAU, now the African Union. And those of you who have had the advantage of reading the speeches or listening to the speeches that were delivered on that day, it cannot be denied that they were imbued with the spirit of Pan-Africanism. But even then, it must never be forgotten that when the heads of states met in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, there were already two streams of African leaders that were present there. One stream of the leaders was the Casablanca group, led by the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, who took the view that Africa could only immunize ourselves from the diabolical machinations of the colonial powers by immediate unity. There was also the Monrovia group, which took the view that African unity ought to be gradual and that it is through gradualism that necessary traction would be achieved. Indeed, commentators now say that the creation of the Organization of African Unity was a victory for the Monrovia group. Victory because immediate unity as conceived, articulated by Kwame Nkrumah, among others, did not take place, culminating in the creation of an organization whose weakness was legendary. And ultimately, of course, even in her weakness, it cannot be denied that under the aegis of the Organization of African Unity, a number of African countries which were still under the shackles of colonialism were helped towards liberation. Many of you will remember that Dar es Salaam, in a manner of speaking, became the Mecca for the African struggle, and many countries such as Zimbabwe, then Rhodesia, South and West African Republic, now Namibia, were liberated through the activities of African stalwarts organized from Dar es Salaam. So today, when you ask me the question, which I will answer shortly, how can the Pan-African Parliament be used to energize the spirit of Pan-Africanism? Today, there are many Pan-African institutions, and these institutions operate under the aegis of the African Union, was informed by the realization that Africa needed to up the ante in her struggle to create an environment that would energize the Pan-African agenda. That is why in 1999, it became necessary to do the transition. And it is not true that African Union was simply arose by some other name. If you read the history and look at the environment during which it was created, the leaders were informed and animated by the desire to create a body that would move in a direction hitherto unprecedented, that it would be the engine, or if you may, the prime mover that would catapult the continent of Africa into the orbit of political, economic, cultural, technological, and other development. The question then to be posed is whether the African Union and her institutions have indeed achieved their desired goal, and whether institutions such as yours, the Pan-African Parliament, have achieved their desired goal. If I am to read a report to you and to be candid and unapologetic, you have performed below par. Your performance has not injected the spirit of Pan-Africanism in the manner that it was contemplated. And that is true of many Pan-African institutions, including the African Union herself. To start, even at the risk of being petty, the Pan-African Union headquarters is built by the Chinese. And the last time I checked, the colonial powers continue to control African institutions. If you go outside of the African Union herself, and you go into the African Development Bank, you will discover that after Nigeria, the second highest investor in the African Development Bank is the United States of America. There are 88 shareholders today, and all the major European powers, including others outside of Europe, such as Japan, are shareholders. one can dare say, even at the risk of irritating those who occupy those offices, that the African Development Bank is only an African Development Bank in name. If that be the case, we must then ask ourselves whether an institution such as yours is indeed one that, as it is presently constituted, one that is made in the spirit of Pan-Africanism. And I dare say no. If you went into any street in Africa, including South Africa where you are sitting, and asked 10 people whether they know the Pan-African Parliament and whether they know what it does, 8 out of 10 do not know, which means that you have not visited nor gained residence in the hearts and minds of Africa. Indeed, the very manner in which your membership is constituted is in many ways undemocratic. Many of you are chosen by your parliaments, many of you are chosen by your parties, and many Africans do not know that you exist. But be that as it may, you are a beginning, and I see the Pan-African Parliament as the early days, the embryonic stages of moving towards a more democratic representation of Africans within the African continent. Today, many of your deliberations and many of your decisions do not bind any country. And to the extent that they don't, they are undermining the very value that you could add to the Pan-African agenda. You know, and you are aware, that today one of the most important things in the continent of Africa by way of pursuing economic development is Africa Agenda 2063. Africa Agenda 2063 came in the year 2013, and it was fundamentally a rehash of the Lagos Plan of Action of 1980, whose DNA was informed by the realization that if Africa and Africans do not trade amongst themselves, then the continent would continue to be a hunting ground for world powers. Africa Agenda 2063 is therefore in many ways the continent's interpretation, or if you may, reinterpretation initially of the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, given an African flavor. Today, we are in the 10th year of Africa Agenda 2063, and the question must be asked, what have we achieved during that period? And the truth be told, our achievements have been modest, but their modesty notwithstanding, what is important is that we must remind ourselves that modesty itself is indeed the beginning of the realization of greater things, if indeed we want to achieve what is desirable. In order to ensure that Africa Agenda 2063 realizes her goals and the goals that will benefit the continent of Africa, many of you will know that indeed Africa has made several steps, some before Africa Agenda 2063, some after, in different areas. You will be familiar with the Maputo Declaration, whose agenda was to ensure that women are integrated in the struggle for development of Africa. You will be familiar with the 2001 Abuja Declaration on Health. You'll be familiar with the Yamoussoukro Declaration in 1988 that deals with the freeing of the airspace. You'll be familiar with the Malabo Declaration, which sets out how we deal with unconstitutional changes of government. You'll be familiar with the Kigali Declaration to ensure that we have free movement of persons. In other words, Africa is a forest of declarations which are honored in breach. And outside of that, every year, Africa sets unto ourselves different agenda. And you will remember that at one time we said that we would silence the guns, And it came to pass in the year 2021 that we did not silence the guns. And as I speak to you now, guns are to be heard in different parts of Africa. If it is not in the southern Cameroons, we can hear the guns in the Sahel. We can still hear them in Mali. We can hear them in Burkina Faso. We can hear them in Guinea-Bissau. We can hear them in Eastern Congo. We can hear them in Central African Republic. We can still hear them in Tigray. We can hear them in Sudan. We can hear them in the northern part of Mozambique. We can hear them in Somalia. And I'm putting it to you that the Pan-African agenda can never be realized if we do not resolve conflicts. And therefore, one of the things that Africa and your parliament must do is that you must be in the forefront of the resolution of conflicts. Right now, there is a conflict in Sudan. And right now, what do I hear? That the conflict is being resolved in Jeddah, in Saudi Arabia, through the midwifery of the United States of America and Saudi Arabia. The question to be asked, where is the Pan-African Parliament? Where is the African Union? Where are the RECs? These are the questions that we must ask. We must also ask ourselves as a continent, why is it that some of us are moving outside of the continent of Africa? I remember as a young student of history, when the entire Africa had leaders who loved her. I can remember if you left Southern Africa, and you left people like Sobukwe, like Mandela, like Nyoma, like Machel, like Neto, like Andy Mbahaman, Toivo, like Seretse Sekama, and you went to the western part of Africa and met people like Nkrumah, you met people like Nnamdi Azikiwe, you met people like Amilcar Cabral, Modibo Keita, and you went to the north. And you came to East Africa before you went to the north, and you met people like Nyerere, Obote, Kenyatta, Kaunda in Central Africa, and indeed people like in the northern part of Africa, they were Arabs at that time, but they were first Africans. And I remember people like Gamal Abdel Nasser. I remember Habib Bourguiba of Tunisia. I remember King Hassan of Morocco hosting a meeting in Casablanca in 1960. I remember Mokhtar Ould-Daddah in Mauritania. I remember Ahmed Ben Bella in Algeria. Today, the Maghreb is moving away. On the 19th day of May, they met in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and they warned Ethiopia about building the Grand Renaissance Dam. There is something that is happening, and I would want members of your parliament from Egypt to tell you, do they think that they are members of the Pan-African Parliament? I want the Tunisians to tell you, are they members of the African Parliament if they are expelling fellow Africans? I want the Moroccans to tell you whether they are members of the Pan-African Parliament if they are seeking to be members of the European Union. I want the Algerians to tell you whether they are members of the Pan-African Parliament. Let us not be nice to them. Let us ask them questions, because this is a matter where choices must be made and neutrality is betrayal. And beyond that, I'm asking the African Parliament to remember that Africa can only thrive through trade. We now have headquartered in Accra, Ghana, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. If the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is going to work, it is only going to work if we think as Africans. And remember, the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah said, you are not an African because you are born in Africa, but you are an African because Africa is born in you. You who are present in this assembly, is Africa born in you, or you are simply an African because you are born in Africa? These are the questions that are on the table. And if our continent is going to grow in different sectors, whether it's in the pharmaceutical sector, so that we are going to make our own vaccines, so that we in the agricultural sector, we do not rely on Monsanto and Syngenta, so that in the technology sector where we are dealing with the fourth and fifth industrial revolution, we are not depending on Google and other Western instruments and other Western companies, so that we are going to depend in the area of aviation on planes that are made in Africa, so that we are going to produce our lithium and make our battery, so that we are not going to have Rio Tinto and Glencore, so that we are not going to have Coca-Cola buying all our waters, so that we are not going to have Kentucky Fried Chicken, so that we are not going to have Coca-Cola and Kenchik democracies which are controlled from the West, so that we are not going to mimic Western systems of government. You, the Pan-African Parliament, must now ask yourself the fundamental question. The fundamental question, whether your meetings are merely jamborees at which you deliver pro forma speeches, or whether your meetings are sites for the deliberation of things that are critical to the continent of Africa. One can go on and on, but I want to remind you, fellow Africans, that the Pan-African spirit must never die. I can still hear those immortal words of Kwame Nkrumah, that Africa will only grow if she is united. She will only grow if her institutions are strong. She will only grow if her institutions are funded by herself. And I can also hear those immortal words of Julius Kambarage Nyerere, spoken on the 6th day of March 1997, telling his audience that their generation had one task, the task of liberating Africa from the chains of colonialism, but that our generation has a duty to liberate Africa from the chains not only of neo-colonialism, but from the chains of economic dependence. Let us remind ourselves that when we are feeding and suckling from the breasts of IMF, suckling from the breasts of the World Bank, after we have taken the nectar, what lies beneath is poison. Let us remind ourselves that when we are being helped, let us not forget that beneath the benevolence, there is malevolence. So Pan-Africanism will only be helped if your institution becomes stronger, if your institution is funded. So on this 60th anniversary of Africa and the African Union, I am now charging you, let this be your day of the Pentecost, when the spirit of Pan-Africanism descends into your hearts and minds. So if you come from Angola, go out to Angola and tell your president that you want more powers for the Pan-African Parliament. If you are from Kenya, go out. If you are from Ghana, go out and make sure that you Pan-African Parliament is not described by historians as a toothless bulldog. If you are a dog, acquire teeth. And if you acquire teeth, let them be the teeth of steel. It is only in that way that Pan-Africanism will be given meaning, so that Africans in the mother continent and those in the diaspora, whether they are in the Caribbean or in the United States of America or in Europe, they may know that they have a home to come to. Africa can be great, but it will not be great if Africans are made to move from symposium to symposia to workshop to colloquia and to meetings whose only great to fame is that they generate heat without producing light. Africa can rise, and we must remember these immortal words of the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah. We may have differences, but we must never emphasize those differences. We must de-emphasize them, because our diversity is a cultural mosaic, which if we use well, it is the symphony that will create the music of Pan-Africanism, and Africans will be a people who are respected in the world. I wish you a good Africa Day on this 60th anniversary of the celebration of the OAU and the African Union. God bless you.
Applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
us please applaud.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cette intervention. Oui. Oui. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. This is a keynote address that stimulates our minds. And as I said, Professor Lumumba, when I was introducing him, I said he was a professor, a teacher, an academic, and as such has spoken to us with the language of truth. He has told us that any progress, any change in culture, all mentalities to change need criticisms, need to hear critiques and divergent voices. Indeed, we cannot all speak with one voice. It goes without saying that contributions such as these bring spice to the debate and project us, they propel us forward, taking us to a future that should be the true future of the Pan-African Parliament. The powers that need to be conferred on the Pan-African Parliament in the future so that it fully plays its role. This is a true contribution. He said, this is the duty for a generation, our generation. We have to take up the challenge, and indeed the Pan-African Parliament needs to take advantage of this commemoration of this day to look again at these issues, and there's no doubt that his words have not fallen on deaf ears. Now, having heard from Honorable Professor Patrick Lokotieno Lumumba, we bring this session, this part of the session to a close. May I invite Honorable Members of Parliament to rise for a few moments, a break for coffee, tea. We were supposed to go through to 1:45, but we're already on the hour. It's midday, so let's say 15 minutes and then we come back and finish the program. May I just say that we shall hear, when we come back, the evolution of the Pan-African Parliament with the African Union architecture, the roadmap. And this will be a presentation from the President of PAP himself, and it will be followed by discussion. So I invite you to come right back to the room after the break so that we can listen to his presentation. Thank you, and have a good break.
La musique pour agrémenter la pause.
Music for our entertainment during the break.
Remember, Tienga, you're working with this one. Nobody is interpreting, so you won't hear anything. So, but
okay, we'll try again.
Africa, 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 Angola, la Guinée, le Gabon, Sénégal, le Bénin, Yaoundé, oh quel beau pays. Oh Africa, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh Africa, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. C'est sans façon, bosser beaucoup, manger beaucoup. Oh Africa, c'est ça sans fort. Manger beaucoup, danser beaucoup. Oh Africa, Amérique ou la banajanya pisa que sonona. Bakewala ye wala Mandela lefe. Johannesburg, le Ghana, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Éthiopie, oh quel beau pays. Africa, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Africa, 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 Africa. Oh Africa, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. Africa, 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 Y'a Tchéké, y'a Dolé, y'a Foutou, y'a Foufou, y'a Loco, oh quel bon manger. Y'a Diti, y'a Yassa, y'a Mafé et Fakol, y'a Coco, oh quel bon manger. Kondigi basigile kabana magalani bela koromanko. Korojana bugule sogo mabelena abema koromanko. Senekela fasani beba nuguruma abema koromanko. Africa, 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 oh Africa, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Afrika mobimba tokangi maboko tozali kotala bana basili na kokende bana basili na kotekama na banguna tolati mokuya ata maloba te Congo na Panafrika baleli Afrika mobimba tokangi maboko tozali kotala bana basili na kokende bana basili na kotekama na banguna tolati mokuya ata maloba te Congo na Panafrika baleli oh Medi Ben Barka Medi nzela na yo ya bato nyonso Medi nzela na yo ya Lumumba Medi nzela na yo ya Che Guevara Medi nzela na yo ya Malcolm X Medi nzela na yo ya Umniope Medi nzela na yo ya Felix Mumie Medi nzela na yo ya Nguyen Van Choi Medi nzela na yo ya Tsoroki Medi Medinzela na yo ya Camilo Cienfuegos. Medinzela na yo ya Oji ya Enda. Medinzela na yo ya Camilo Torres. Medinzela na yo ya Abdelkader. Medinzela na yo ya Koulibaly. Medinzela na yo ya André Machua. Medinzela na yo ya Simon Kimbangu. Medinzela na yo ya Albert Lutuli. Medinzela na yo ya Boganda. Oh, ya tiers-monde. Oh, ya libération, ya pas peuple. Un vieux que je considère toujours jeune m'a dit un jour: mon petit, tout homme doit mourir un jour, mais toutes les morts n'ont pas la même signification. Oh, Medi Ben Barka, Medinzela na yo ya Batonyonso, Medinzela na yo ya Lumumba, Medinzela na yo ya Che Guevara, Medinzela na yo ya Malcolm X, Medinzela na yo ya Umniope, Medinzela na yo ya Félix Moumier, Medinzela na yo ya Nguyen Van Choi, Medinzela na yo ya Tsohoki, Medinzela na yo ya Camilo Cienfuegos, Medinzela na yo ya Oji ya Enda, Medinzela na yo ya Camilo Torres, Medinzela na yo ya Abdelkader, Medinzela na yo ya Koulibaly, Medinzela na yo ya André Machua, Medinzela na yo ya Simon Kimbangu, Medinzela na yo ya Albert Lutuli, Medinzela na yo ya Boganda. Oh, ya tiers-monde. Oh, ya libération, ya pas peuple. Medi Ben Barka, Medi Ben Barka, Medi Ben Barka, Medi Ben Barka, Medi Ben Barka. Oyo ya boye kai na pana mawa na kokate basusu oyo na bonaka bawela bokonzi pena babwatilio bavoti tango ekomaka kai na komi moto pona bango
Uganda, home to high glaciers and the valley of 9 lakes located in the mystical snow-capped mountains of the moon, also known as the Rwenzori mountain range, extending over 5,000 meters at the Margarita summit, Africa's third tallest peak. Home to Lake Victoria, the world's largest tropical freshwater lake on the continent of Africa, producing 1 million tons of fish a year and employing thousands and supporting the livelihoods of millions. Home to the source of the Nile, the longest river in the world and source of adrenaline, your go-to for whitewater rafting, kayaking, bungee jumping, tubing, quad biking and sunset cruises. Home to the Murchison Falls, where the waters of the Nile with a loud crashing sound squeeze through a narrow gorge turning into the world's most powerful waterfall. Home to 20 primate species, the highest concentration of primates on the continent of Africa. Home to a total of 1,060 bird species, 11% of the world's bird species including some of the world's rarest and most spectacular birds. Home to the Lake of Small Birds, Lake Bunyonyi, the second deepest freshwater lake in Africa, dotted with 29 islands, a nirvana for bird lovers, and home to not just the magnificent buffalo, elephant, leopard, lion, and rhino, but also to the rare tree-climbing lions of Ishasha, the Nile crocodile, and half of the world's famous endangered mountain gorillas. Uganda is nothing short of a wildlife lover's paradise, with 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, 5 community wildlife management areas, and 13 wildlife sanctuaries. On arrival at Entebbe International Airport, contemplate spending a day or two to experience Entebbe's most attractive features. Found along the shores of Lake Victoria, Entebbe makes for an appealing introduction to Uganda with its historical gems and picnic-inspiring views. As you stroll along or ride that bicycle, experience the most endearing feature of Uganda, the friendly and approachable nature of its people. Play a game of golf at the open expanse of the 18-hole golf course sloping towards Lake Victoria, or pay a visit to the zoo, the Uganda Wildlife Education Center, which is right next door. Or better yet, relax at one of the many beaches that line the shores of the Lake Victoria, or cross to any one of the Sese Islands to indulge in some swimming, birdwatching, and sport fishing. On your return, perhaps shopping at the Entebbe Craft Village to get an early start on collecting those souvenirs would be in order. West of Entebbe is the Mabamba Swamp, which extends across a shallow, marshy bay on Lake Victoria's northern shore, the guaranteed most reliable place in the country for the famous shoebill sightings. Uganda's population of 45 million people is diverse, with 56 tribes and over 50 languages spoken by its natives. This diversity culminates into manifold traditional dress styles, customs, and ceremonies. Some 40 kilometers north of Entebbe is Uganda's capital, the bustling city of Kampala. From streets thronging with shoppers, hawkers, and revelers, to the quiet upscale areas lined with hotels, places to worship or hang out, Kampala is not only a dynamic and engaging hub of activity with numerous attractions worth exploring, but also East Africa's nightlife capital, renowned for its nightlife. The list of bars and clubs is endless, with something for everyone. Government has prioritized the enhancement of the rule of law by supporting the judiciary to ensure that the administration of justice is strengthened with the recruitment of more officers and establishment of additional facilities countrywide. The Uganda People's Defense Forces continue to address any issues of cross-border conflicts in addition to the pacification of the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo in line with agreements made with the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Following the successful enhancement of surveillance and improved crime detection within Kampala, the CCTV camera project has been extended to all cities and major highways. Kampala is the administrative capital and seat of Uganda's parliament, which is composed of 557 members, the 11th since independence in 1962. The members of this parliament were sworn in between the 17th and 20th of May 2021. The Speaker of the 11th Parliament is the Right Honourable Anita Annette Among, deputised by the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker Thomas Tayebwa. The 11th Parliament's 5-year term expires in May 2026. While in Kampala, consider exploring history, architecture, and religion. Kampala and its neighbouring environs has scores of places to visit. The twin-towered Roman Catholic Cathedral perched on Ruaga Hill, one of the hills of Kampala, the impressive St. Paul's Cathedral, the oldest cathedral in Uganda, the biggest mosque in Uganda, the Gaddafi National Mosque, where you can see Kampala in a 360-degree view from the skyscraper tower. The Uganda Martyrs Catholic Shrine, established in honor of the Martyrs of Uganda by the Mill Hill missionaries in 1935 at Namugongo, and Makerere University, one of the oldest and most prestigious English universities in Africa. With the exception of Kampala, Uganda has 10 other major cities including Jinja, Hoima, Arua, Mbarara, Fort Portal, Lira, Mbale, and Gulu that not only offer fun and adventure, but business opportunities as well. Approximately 80 kilometers east of the capital is Jinja City, East Africa's adrenaline capital and the place where the River Nile starts its long, winding journey to Egypt. Follow the river's amazing journey on horseback or in a boat ride, taking in the amazing scenery as the Nile curves and makes its way through fishing and farming communities. With 2 rainy seasons annually, Uganda is blessed with a climate and favorable soil conditions that have contributed to the country's agricultural success. 72% of Uganda's population is employed in the country's agricultural sector, the most important sector by far. The country is among the leading producers of coffee in Africa, Uganda's top earning export since the 1980s. Uganda welcomes all coffee enthusiasts to savour the rich scent and flavours of one of the world's finest coffees, taking you on a tour of an authentic coffee plantation at the end of your business trip, tracing your favourite coffee bean to its source deep in the Pearl of Africa from crop to cup. Uganda also produces bananas and oilseed crops like sesame, soybean and sunflower, and is also a major producer of tea, maize, cotton, organic fruits and vegetables, flowers, poultry and freshwater fish for export. Uganda's food is as rich and diverse as its culture, offering a culinary treat one cannot afford to miss. Enjoying a proper Ugandan meal is a celebration in itself. However, trying out popular street foods like the Rolex that can be eaten at any time of the day is an experience one must not miss. Whether you want to try out local Ugandan or international cuisine, the many restaurants available will cater to your need and taste. Government aims to establish the highest possible level of health services provided and made available for its people. A number of specialized health facilities have been improved and equipped countrywide to cater for these needs, such as the Specialized Children's Hospital in Entebbe and the Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital in Kampala. Government, through its agro-industrialization strategies, has over the years provided funds for private sector investment in key commodity agro-processing value chains, establishing fully serviced industrial parks and setting up and equipping factories and agro-processing industries in major regions of the country. This has led to improved market access while creating jobs and improving household income. Uganda has one of the youngest populations in the world. More than half of Uganda's total population are children and young adults of school-going age. Given the high influx of foreign students from the regions, Uganda is a hub for formal education, with 32 universities all accounting for a student population of about 120,000, turning out over 30,000 graduates annually. Uganda enjoys a comparative advantage in East Africa due to good curriculum, lower tuition, and student maintenance costs, and English being the main language of instruction. This has led to an influx of students from the East African region, including Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and South Sudan. The government continues to see to the development of infrastructure, which has contributed immensely to increased productivity through facilitation of efficient connectivity and the ease of movement of goods. Since 1986, the government of Uganda has paved hundreds of kilometers of roads per year. With the revival of the national flag carrier, Uganda Airlines now fully supports the aviation industry with flights from Entebbe to 12 destinations. The country is endowed with 18 inland water ports spread across the different water bodies, most of which are on Lake Victoria and applied by more than 170 vessels carrying an estimated 6 to 8 million passengers a year. With marked investments in the energy sector, the country's capacity to generate power has greatly improved, ensuring continued supply of electricity to foster increased industrialization. Uganda is well endowed with enormous natural resources such as minerals, hydro, geothermal, and petroleum resources. The discovery of oil is anticipated to spark two major investments: an oil refinery to process the oil and a pipeline to transport the oil from Hoima to Tanga port in Tanzania. Uganda is connected to 3 marine fiber optic cables off Africa's east coast in the Indian Ocean. The fiber has been laid out across the country, providing seamless connections, transforming access to public and private spectrums, as well as promoting e-commerce to boost economic growth and efficiency with faster internet speeds. Earmarked as the choice venue to host the upcoming meeting of the Pan-African Parliament in October 2023, Speak Resort Munyonyo and Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort has long been a favorite venue for conferences in Uganda. The resort has hosted conferences since 2001, including the 2007 Commonwealth Government Heads of State meeting, among numerous others. Today, the resort takes pride in its 3 ballrooms, 19 indoor and 6 outdoor conference venues, making it the premier conferencing venue in Uganda.
Honorables députés, pouvez-vous rejoindre vos places, s'il vous plaît?
Honorable members, kindly take your seats. Honorable members.
I think just start. They will come. Ok, merci beaucoup.
Honorables membres, veuillez prendre.
Honorable members, may I invite you to be seated, please? Let's resume our proceedings. But before that, Mr. President, with your permission, may I ask the technical team to play the music? But before that, Mr. President, let me make an announcement.
Bon, il faut que les gens arrivent d'abord. On va voir ça.
Africa, oh dipanda. Africa, oh liberté. Oh kata toni pasi, soki nakati, koteka pasi. Na pasi oyo ya boye, kai na bana mawa nakoka te.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour l'équipe technique.
Thank you. I think that we can resume our proceedings now, and I'm honored now to invite the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Right Honorable Chief Charumbira, to address us on the evolution of the Pan-African Parliament with the African Union architecture, the roadmap. Mr. Clark, please, may I have a minute? I think that we need to have everyone here in the hall because the President is going to take the floor. Therefore, it is important that all of us are here in the hall. We need to have all the members joining us before the President takes the floor.
Chers honorables, chers participants,
Honorable members, May be seated, please. Time is of the essence. We need to resume our proceedings because we need to have time to come back in the afternoon for the plenary. So kindly be seated.
Monsieur le Président, je crois que nous avons un nombre assez suffisant pour commencer.
Mr. President, I think that we can start now. The floor is yours.
Thank you for clapping for me. At least you should clap for my dressing also. Thank you very much. The Bureau, our members of the Bureau, our honorable members of Parliament, the Dean of the whole continent, representing our ambassadors on the continent, and we are proud of you, Dean, for your consistency, and I'm proud of you for your delivery this morning. Well, you are well prepared for it. The expert, Professor Matole, here, and he also, I was saying to him, you performed above yourself. You went even higher than yourself. It was very good. Our ambassadors in this room, friends, ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to very competent and eloquent citizens of this continent. All of you, Ambassador Mozambique, you as the female representative, you did very well. I'm thinking of something. I'm saying, with all those good presentations, and then of course lastly Lumumba, we don't need another speech. No, don't say no. It's me saying so. What I'm saying is, we don't need another speech. Of course, you need my speech. That is important. Yeah, there is a difference. It's not that you don't want my speech of as president. No, you want the president's speech. But I'm making some adjustments. I'm making my adjustments. To say another speech, no. Can we now move to inputs by members of parliament? That, to me, that's better now. Can you have some responses? We can't go on speeches and speeches. All those good speeches. Now, let's give it to the floor. And then after the floor, I just comment. I don't give a speech. I just comment. It's much better. So, Mr. Clark, I'm saying let me sit down. Let's listen to inputs by members, and I'll come and comment at the end. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Honorable President. I have before me, I have a list of 2 parliamentarians who've already asked for the floor. Honorable Amdi Samata from Somalia and Honorable Azzeddine Abdelmajid from Algeria. May I ask the first honorable member to take the floor? Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Craig. I have a couple of remarks to make.
and it's related to what Professor Lumumba talked about. The first thing is that I think we have a misreading of our own history in Africa. And here is a correction. It wasn't Ghana that was the first country in Africa to become independent. That's wrong. Historically, it's wrong. It was the Sudan that became the first independent post-colonial African country. January 1st, 1956, almost a year earlier than Ghana itself. So that's a correction that we need to make. Give the credit to the Sudan. The second remark I would like to make is that Professor Lumumba celebrated many of our leaders. But retrospectively, if you look at the presidents who have performed the best for the African people, many of the names he mentioned wouldn't rise to the top. So I have two countries who have been led incredibly well, but who never or rarely ever get the credit for that. And they are models that we should be all copying. The first one is Seretse Khama of Botswana. President Khama and the late Vice President and then President Maseri built a country from scratch. And Botswana became an African miracle. So if we want to know and understand how to build countries, we should look at Botswana as a model. Second country is Mauritius. These two countries, their annual growth, economically speaking, over the last 40 years almost, has been competing on the growth rate with the East Asians of Taiwan and Korea and others like them. Botswana ran 7, 8, 10% growth annually. So did Mauritius. The level of corruption in the public sector in Botswana is among the lowest in the continent, if not the world. So is Mauritius. And therefore, Botswana, for instance, has over $10 billion in foreign reserves. No other African country can say that. That didn't go to President Maseri or President Khama or those who came after them, their pockets. So these are two countries. If we want to see models of Africa that works, an Africa that's marching towards prosperity despite inequality in all of us, those are the 2 or 3 places that we need to look at. The final remarks there is that I'm Abdi Samatar from Somalia. This is my first session in Parliament. Somalia is known as a basket case. But I want to give you a 2-second history of the country, because just like Khama in Botswana and in Mauritius, Somalia did something before any other African country post-independence did. Somalia was the first place in this continent, from Cairo to Cape, from Mogadishu to Dakar, where there was a democratic change of government several times in the 1960s when the rest of the continent was wrecked by coups and single-party states. I wrote a book about that called Africa's First Democrats. So don't think of Somalia as Al-Shabaab. Think of President Osman and Prime Minister Hussein, who set the tone for what it means to be a democratic, free, and an African country. So Somalis are Africa's first democrats. Thank you very much, sir.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable, for your inputs. I'm not authorized to make any comments to what you said. We will come back later to the answers by the President. I wish that you can give us your book and that we include it in our library. Let me now give the floor to Honorable Azzeddine, President of the North African Caucus. Thank you, Mr. Clark. As we are celebrating this anniversary, we need to have a thought, a deep thought to the founding fathers. Nkrumah first, the father of African conscience, who is the father of the idea, the African idea and African concept, Pan-Africanism. Nasser, Lumumba, Bourguiba, Nyerere, Ben Bella. And I would like to share with you a story that has been told to me by late President Bembela. He used to play football in France at the end of the 30s, beginning of early 40s, and during a press conference with the journalists, they asked him, and they told him, "You are Algerian," and he said, "Yes, I'm Algerian. I'm proud to be Algerian. But for now, from now, you have to call me the African, not the Algerian." This is a solemn moment for us to pay tribute to our martyrs who have sacrificed their lives against slavery, colonialism, neocolonialism, apartheid, and racism. The struggles of our peoples have made several steps and stages. The phase of resistance first, and then the phase of liberation, characterized by the establishment of the OAU, and the phase of construction, edification, and development, which is the role of the African Union. But I must also do justice to our women. The first Pan-African organization was the Pan-African Women's Organization that was created on the 31st of July 1962. And I had the opportunity to say so on the 8th of March at the Women's Day. We need to pay tribute to the struggles of our women, and we need also to admire them, to admire their battles. This organization was born before even the OAU, and organized the youth across Africa. And I had the honor to chair this organization. Let me, with your permission, Mr. President, make a proposal for our future celebrations of the Africa Day. It would be good to have a member of the families of one of our founding fathers. Thank you.
Merci, honorable président.
Thank you, honorable. Any other requests for the floor?
Je commence par là. Merci. Je commence par la travée-ci. L'honorable Madjiduna, vous avez...
Honorable Majorina, the floor is yours for 2 minutes. Thank you.
2 minutes.
All right, 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Clerk. Let's appreciate this good initiative. Today's 60th anniversary, it really represents 60th. The caliber of speakers, the content of what they said to us, and what Prof. Lumumba have said, it's supposed to be in our action plan. What do we do with the observations? I expected that critical analysis of him about us as PAP and where is our rightful place. Today, the 60th anniversary of the OAU, which is AU now, it is our responsibility to recommit and know who associate him or herself as an African and who is on his way out to America, to Asia, to China, because we can't have people who have double standard, who are not sure where they want to go. I think he was very good in terms of telling us who we are. I want to accept all the presentations. They were perfect. Thank you very much.
Merci. Je vous donne la parole.
Thank you. Your neighbor now. I give the floor to your neighbor.
Allow me to thank all the presenters this morning. Going back to Professor Lumumba's speech, our visibility as Pan-African members of parliament here in Africa, or here in South Africa, I wanted to suggest, if possible, next session, maybe a day like this or another day, we make a visit to one of the townships, like in Soweto, another township, and we can have a program there, traditional dances, we meet with the villagers, just to make our visibility that indeed we are members of Pan-African Parliament and we converge here in South Africa. Thank you.
Merci pour votre...
Thank you for your brief intervention. Mr. President, I'm not used to managing the parliamentarians when they speak. Yes? Honorable Said from Libya.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. Upon you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really pleased to be here with you in this celebration. And I'm pleased to listen to all the speakers since morning, and we assure you in Libya are really pleased to see this continent celebrating this important day. I was surprised after listening to all the speeches. I never heard anyone mention Libya. Libya, my country, is one of the first countries struggled and contributed in supporting this continent. I'm a son of Libya and the African continent. We supported and we're still supporting the African continent. I wanted to mention this. I heard a lot talk about the founders of and the defenders of the rights of our continent, but I've never heard anyone mention Libya. The King Idris photo is now in the premises of the African Union in Addis Ababa. But I would like to assure you that I'm really happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Said from Sahrawi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for giving me the floor. We are all proud of being here in the celebration of the 60th anniversary of AU and the solidarity of Africa. This commemoration is in the lands of South Africa, that's to say the land of struggle, liberty, and dignity. Today we celebrate the 60th anniversary of the AU, the symbol of fighting occupation, colonization, and some of the people here are still occupied. A country, a member state of the AU is still occupied at the time in which we are celebrating the 60th anniversary of OAU and AU, at the time in which we remember the struggle of co-founders, but we are really sorry to come to this parliament from camps of refugees. Why? Because we are not able to enter our lands because they are still occupied and not liberalized yet. Our people's self-determination is not accomplished yet. We came from camps in the south of Algeria, and we are really sorry that after 60 years we are still occupied. And also we know who was against colonization. Thank you.
Honorable Montaga, vous avez la parole.
Honorable Montaga, you have the floor.
The clerk, I must
say that I am both happy and sad today. I did not know that many of us have these beautiful dresses that we are hiding and not wearing them onto today. Look at how colorful the chamber is. I mean, it's just so beautiful. Anybody walking into this chamber today will truly see that this is African meeting. I mean, this links us to what Kwame Nkrumah has said. Are we Africans because we are born in Africa, or Africa is born in us? I hope that with what we've seen today, many of us will cultivate the habit of making Africa born in us, not just being Africans because we are Africans. Mr. President, Mr. Acting Clerk, one of my colleagues said something, and Mr. President, I really wish we take it up very seriously, which is that we meet in Midrand here. If we can choose a day, we can just call it PAP Day, Pan-African Parliament's Day. It is not necessarily any particular day. But when we have meetings or sessions, we'll choose one day where we locate ourselves in a town or a village within South Africa. Just hold the whole day with media to popularize ourselves. In October, we are hoping to go to Uganda. Mr. President, let's plan this with the Ugandan delegation. That when we go, even if it is in Kampala or in some other city, let's get the media, let's popularize, let's just talk about power. Let the general population see us. I'm sure if we take this, it will really help us. Mr. President, I know tomorrow we'll all be presenting our country's report. Mr. President, let's make it mandatory that in each country's report, what we want to see is that answer this question. Have you rectified the Malabo Protocol? Have you paid all your dues to AU? Because, Mr. President, it is very shameful that having since been involved in the finances, to realize that most of our finances are done by outsiders. They control Africa. We cannot continue to be Africans when people are paying and we expect that they don't control us. I hope that this day will not just be a 25th day where we all look Africans, but this will be reflecting in each and every one of us. Every day we will think, drink, sleep, wake up Africans, so that at least each and every one of us will shine his or her corner as an African. Just do what you can in your small way. Don't be putting the blame on people every day. Oh, it is because some people have not done this. What have you done for Africa as an individual? If we take it from that, I'm sure by next year when we are celebrating, we'll be achieving more laurels and more to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Clark.
Je donne la parole à l'honorable de Lang.
I'll have to give the floor now to the Honorable MP from Angola.
Thank you. I am Abel Chivukvuk d'Angola. I hope that the interpretation is going well, is going through. First of all, I would like to thank all the Africans and mainly to all of us who are here in this room regarding the celebration of our day, the Day of Africa. But much more than this celebration, I will put the challenge to ourselves. The Professor Labol Matol and Professor Lumumba, they said it clear that Africa is the much more, we can discuss the negative aspects of this problem during centuries, but the responsibility is ours. We should have the capacity not to allow that these exogenous and negative effects have so impact in our lives. What we are doing, each of us in our MPs, what are we doing in our countries? This is the main challenges. We ourselves do not lose time making some theories and accusing some other persons, unless we are being afterwards changing the subject so that we can have the relevancy of our parliament, Pan-African Parliament, in the lives in our citizens of our countries. Professor Lumumba also said that the life taught to me that sometimes it's much more important that we make small things than we have so big ideas that is only on the papers. I would like to show 4 issues. It wouldn't be useful so that we have in Addis Ababa a permanent delegation of PAP so that we can follow all the decisions we are taking here in this session. And number 2, so that we could change the thematic structure of our ordinary sessions. Always we come here, the first thing we should do, our permanent delegation in Addis Ababa could bring us the reports of what was done in Addis Ababa regarding our recommendations and the decisions. Because not, we are doing recommendations and they could be inside of our draw. In our programs, we see that the speakers have much more time. We need to structure better way. The last, we can have good speeches. We are listening, but we don't have some documents. In spite of recognizing the acts the president has done, we need to change the practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to my left.
My able clerk, I just want to talk on how important this day is to us. And we have to talk about the pioneers. And I believe our invited guest speakers talk about the pioneers, the founding fathers. It doesn't mean that those that are not mentioned did not do something for Africa. All cannot be mentioned at the same time. All of us, all of our pioneers contributed a lot. But if we should start listing them, we cannot finish it. The time is so short. Honorable Speaker, the role of women in Pan-Africanism and the struggle of Africa is not usually mentioned. It's not usually mentioned, Honorable Speaker. And they did well in the struggle of our liberation. I will refer you to Queen Zinga of Angola. You have to remember Queen Nani, the Jamaican Revolution, they all participated. You have to remember Ya Asantua. We have to remember Winnie Mandela. We have to remember Funmilayo. We have to remember about women's rights, women who stood up and fought against the colonial masters in Nigeria. Honorable Speaker, African Day cannot be celebrated without recognizing women. Thomas Sankara made mention of it. Thomas Sankara said, there is no true revolution without the liberation of women. Yes. He who feeds you, control you. Imperialism is a system of exploitation that occurs not only in the brutal form of those who come with guns to conquer territory. So we have to understand that all that happened to us, our mothers contributed. Honorable Speaker, our able clerk, how many women are dying in labor? It's high time Africa to look at that. When there was no advance in science, our mothers were delivering savory in our homes. Why are they dying in the hospital? This question needs to be answered. Honorable Speaker, I will not conclude without mentioning the diaspora. Africans that are born in elsewhere, Africans that live in elsewhere, we need to recognize them and they need to be citizens of Africa. And they are still foreigners. These people cannot be called as foreigners. It was by force that they raped them, they took them to the plantations. Now those people, the citizens, they want to come back home and resettle. They find it very difficult to get citizenship. They are Africans and they must be recognized as Africans since Africa is born in them. Honorable Speaker, we have to rewrite our own history. Somebody talk about something. Our history needs to be rewritten. Our history is beyond Columbus. It's not about, we only talk about Adviso Kadamos.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Presenters, particularly Lumumba, with the short notice, he was able to make such a wonderful deliberation. Thumb up, Lumumba.
Oui, allez-y, honorable.
Yes, honorable, you have the floor. I see there are many hands on this side. I think it's the honorable gentleman from Algeria, and then the lady, and then we'll move on to, we'll take it up from there. Yes, please.
Mr. President, I think much has been spoken about professionalism and how best Africa is developing, and how we're doing very well, and what we need to do. I'll not delve there. I'll go to a small thing that we are ignoring that also divides Africa. The family unit. Africa, we are the most seen as if a lot of gender-based violence is based here in Africa. What are we doing to solve these small problems in our small homes, in our small communities, so that we rise and make better nations? We must start with small family units. In the part of Africa where I come from, a man does not go to the bush to break a big stick and come to beat a wife. God has given you a natural stick that beats women. We must always try to fight and see that Africa is peaceful by keeping our families very peaceful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, l'honorable.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in fact, it's an important day for Africa, and in fact, this is an important day for Africa. We celebrate the founding fathers, and we have to be inspired by them, by their situations and their efforts in order to get the African people liberalized. Are we honest in remembering those founding fathers? As Africans, can we work for the future, for the young generation? In fact, in Africa, we have gone through very difficult ages, but based on the struggle, we are here now. The question is that we have to look forward. We all should work for the future and to be serious in building our futures away from any laziness or not being right and using our powers under the umbrella of the African Union. We should work for the benefit of our people. Today's challenges are completely different from the past challenges. We have learned from the past. We have followed Nelson Mandela and all the leaders and pioneers, and there are so many in history. Thank you.
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, please, your turn. Yes.
Doesn't know me, I'm Hadia Hosni, African badminton champion. I represented Africa 3 times in Olympic Games. Thank you very much. And thank you for all of the speakers who spoke today for Africa for the 60th anniversary. I would love also to mention, and the rest will be in my language, Arabic.
Egypt is proud of its African identity, and we are aware of the challenges, and we exert all the possible efforts in order to deal with the challenges we are facing right now, the recent of which is the problem of Sudan. And we are trying to help different nationalities, more than 15 nationalities, and we open our doors in Egypt for all the Africans who are seeking refuge. We don't call them refugees. We never build camps. And based on the statistics, we have more than 9 million guests, 70% of whom are Africans. They are living like any other Egyptian citizen, and they enjoy their rights. All services are provided to them. We also we included all Africans in our society.
Than being Africans. So congratulations all for this day, and happy anniversary. We would celebrate it not only 60 but 6,000 years, inshallah.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable MP from Ethiopia.
Veuillez éteindre votre micro, s'il vous plaît.
Please switch off your microphone, please. Your microphone.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable His Excellency Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to contribute on this very important discussion in this very important day for Africa. we are inaugurating the 16th day of the African Union, then I want to remind this House that one of the things, it was in 1896, the Ethiopian defeated the invasion of the Italians. Then again, the Ethiopian became the member of the League of Nations in 1923. Then at this journey, the Ethiopians have developed and also have shown to the all black people that we can be independent countries. So this Haile Selassie should be reminded. He must be remembered. He must be celebrated. He's the one that called that two groups which were mentioned by the professor to Addis Ababa in 1963, and that OAU was formed in Addis Ababa, and he gave land, and also he gave a human resource and the facilities that were needed for the formation of the AU. So he contributed a lot for this, and because if you remember the second coming of the Italians, he made a remarkable speech in 1936 in the League of Nations that because the invasion, he was saying that you Europeans, all the countries, you should stop the invasion of the Italians. But all the Europeans, they ridiculed him. They ridiculed him. They were laughing at him when he was asking for support. That is what inspired him to the formation of the African Union, to the OAU. So we have to celebrate him. We have to remind him. This is what I want to submit, Mr.
Merci.
President. Thank you.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. And, yes, please. After you, it will be Honorable Njong from Cameroon. But you first.
Mandibulise ingqanga nentsiba zayo. NdinguManxabane ndingorhibela nongubaba nomhlehlo tholo lomthwakazi. Nkosazana yamampondomise. Greetings to the President of the Pan-African Parliament, all the ambassadors, the royals that are inside the house, Princess Nikki Webam. Actually, it's just going to be very fast because of time and also because I'm just a little bit disturbed because we are here to celebrate Africa Day, and we are supposed to be also celebrating free movement of Africans across this continent to promote this continent. But we are having one of us just now. I think as the other speaker was talking about the Sith region and that we need to recognize the Africans that are in the diaspora. And I'm not sure, Mr. President, if there is a representative in the parliament of the member of the Sith region. But again, I just want to go back to also what Prof. Lubumba was saying in terms of this parliament and whether as ordinary people, as ordinary citizens, as ordinary Africans, we know the members in the parliament and maybe their duties. And fortunately, I'm just speaking after also the Ethiopian ambassador here, because the issue that I'm just going to raise is that we had a visitor. I'm sure the Pan-African Parliament know that we had Dr. Uma Ifatunde, who visited South Africa for the International Africa Week. And yesterday he was supposed to be landing in Ethiopia for this day at Addis Ababa. And he was refused to exit the country because of the visa. And even today, he is missing his flight to go there because he was given 2 days. So I'm not sure if really when we have such issues and we have such people that are so relevant to us as young people, as young leaders, that are actually struggling to move across the continent to talk about Africa liberation, if really we are talking about freedom today or we have anything that we can celebrate. So I'm just raising that because he's currently at the airport and he's going to miss another flight if he did not catch the second one, just because of the visa. So today, what will be our main agenda if we cannot promote our African continents? Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Njong, your turn now.
His Excellency the President, I want to start by thanking the President with his team. In fact, the choice and what people have done to magnify this day is so wonderful. Just the speakers that we received today and the ideas that we have received and the nature of this program, I want to thank His Excellency the President with his team and those who have contributed to get us where we are. One thing which I want to mention, the issue of the soul of the African. Because Madam talked here about the people of North. I will not get there. What I just want to mention is that I've had an experience where I've talked to a woman in English. And the woman said, no, I don't understand you. I understand only French. But I turned around, I told her, I love you. And she smiled. The word love is what Lumumba was talking about, the soul of the African. It is a universal thing. It's a natural thing. If we have to instill that if I look at you and I smile and I tell you I love you, even if you don't even understand, it gets deep into the heart. And we will not have this thing about Northern Africa going. Number two, since we don't have time, we are all sitting here, 60th anniversary. Let us override even the AU by living here and making sure that in Uganda, everybody coming here, his country must have rectified the protocol. That is the beginning of our relevance. Let us take the challenge as a point here, all of us, because I've seen a full house, which is a wonderful thing. We can force it. Number three, if we are having wars, one we have been reflecting, these wars everywhere, because we have decided to be careless. We're careless parents. One leader once said, if you want to look for peace, prepare for war and justice. Why do we not have an African standing army? Why are we talking about contributions left and right? We can have that. We can have an African force. And this one leads me again to the justice system. Why is it that in Africa, our leaders are to be tried at the ICCC? So we don't have a justice system. So if you have a country where you have a parliament which is weak, you have a justice system that is weak, everybody will just get up and do what he likes. So we need to put it very clearly today that the African justice system is not there. Let us push it up. Second, lastly, the president of Kenya, Lumumba, and many others, we are going around the same theme. Why can we not build our own heroes now? Even the living heroes. Can we not boycott the UN system? We can boycott. We don't attend the UN General Assembly. And tell them that, look, we are Africans. These are the things that we have discovered. And we think that if you don't take a position on us, we're not going to do anything. And the most important, Mr. LG, where is the African currency? If we don't have gold, we have cowries for trade. Why is it that we are reluctant to adopt an African currency? Thank you very much.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. Lastly, I give the floor to Honorable Randa from Egypt. Distinguished MPs, I'm going to crave your indulgence. Normally, we were not supposed to go beyond a particular time. We have a meeting with the president of the PAP on the budget and another meeting. So we really cannot stretch this debate further, even though it's important, even though it is interesting. So with your indulgence, I'm going to close the speakers list. We'll close with Egypt. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you. I'm really happy to be with my family members, representatives of the African people, Egypt. I'm here addressing you as Egyptian and as African. We are one people, and Egypt is always supporting the African people. Egypt is always supporting liberty in Africa. since the leadership of Jamal Abdel Nasser and now President Assisi. From here, allow me to invite all Africans to be one voice. Let's work together. Let's remove all hindrances and obstacles and all borders. We are all from this land, the African land. Long live Africa. Africa is one voice. Thank you very much.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. President. You listened to the presentations made by the various honorables. So many questions have been put. There are many comments as well. I would like to invite you to take that into account when you make your presentation. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All protocol observed. In the interest of time, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to abandon my original presentation. I had a PowerPoint presentation, and the document is here. But if I do that, I'll take too much time, and I will not be responding to issues raised. So I just comment. Comments. I was supposed to talk on the evolution of the Pan-African Parliament, which I think we've done before. I just remind you that it has been a long road until we are here. Just to say, 1963, when the OAU was formed, in its organs, there was no parliament, and there was no court and other organs. The parliament came only in 2004. That is very, very instructive to all of you. It only came after 41 years of existence of the OAU. Why? We are told the founding fathers then realized that without a parliament, the African Union was a union of member states and not a union of citizens of Africa. Again, that is very instructive. You came in for a particular purpose, and you have to fight for your space. So the parliament was the missing link, and indeed, OAU did not achieve much. The governance framework without a parliament usually is the supreme organ. And it came in very well. Although it came in late, it came as number 3. There were other organs before, but still it was placed as number 3 from the heads of state. The foreign minister being ministers being number 2, and the commission was, even the PRC ambassadors, in terms of ranking, was lower than the parliament. Yeah, the genesis of PAP, just in brief, it can be traced back 1970. Several resolutions by the head of state. And then in Addis Ababa again, 73, in Kinshasa, 78, this matter kept coming on the agenda. Libreville, 77, Lagos, 1980. But the most decisive step from 1970 was taken in Abuja, Nigeria in 1991. That was the most decisive step when they decided that, no, we now need to form a parliament, a proper parliament. And it came as a result of the realization that you cannot boost economic integration and growth of economies without a parliament. And then they said in Article 7 that where there shall be a PAP as an organ of the OAU then, to ensure the full participation of African citizenry in the economic development integration of the continent. And as you are aware, then we went to CERT 1999,
And then there's what's called a CERT in Libya, that the CERT declaration, then which defines the pillar and the ground for realizing the economic development of the continent and integration. And so it's also called to deepen the implementation of the provisions of the various programs. And then 2004, the PAP was launched in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. So some of the comments I can make is that when we say 60 years, celebrating 60 years, I think in all your minds something comes up also. At 60 years in most countries is a retirement age. 60 years, some is 60, some 65. But in most countries, even the AU itself, there are staff that will retire here at 60. Once you reach 60, you go. You are taken to be tired. Go and rest. So it means what you have not achieved at 60, it means you leave it to your sons to achieve. You have failed, or your children. So I think that's very, again, we think about 60 years is a bit too much. Unfortunately, when we talk of the AU at this age, also we don't evaluate what it has done. I think there should be quite a serious evaluation, which I don't think will produce good results. So better leave it. See, the problem is that decolonization, independence, formation of AU have been taken as an end in themselves. That's a problem. You think by getting independence, you think, oh yeah, we are there, we're finished. No, it's a beginning of the journey now. You are now in the race of economic development, which is not quite coming. And some of these issues, I'll leave them. A good list of former good leaders, but I take note of the attempt to, yes, we should praise them, but I think there are so many. Some have been left out. Of course, if we went through the whole list, we'll be here the whole day. But for us, we should be asking ourselves, why was PAP formed and was given all the good functions that Professor Lumumba says PAP has not been performing to the level of its expectation? And I remember the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki, also when he addressed us the day we held the elections here, he said the same thing. He said PAP has performed below expectation. That is true, I'll never deny that. But if you look at the history of PAP as an organ, and we see that performance requires that you have the capacity to perform. And the capacity is a human capacity. Who are the MPs? If you look at the Professor Matole's presentation here, and among others here, there are several, you show that there is capacity in PAP. If you look at this presentation, listen, there's capacity in this parliament. We have men and women of capacity, of quality here. So, but why is it that we don't realize the results? I think the clear one is that we have been put here, as I said to the PRC in January when we presented our report. I said, look, yes, now we are reborn after June 29. We are a new PAP. We have come up with strategies to reinvent, and I'm happy Professor Lumumba mentioned re-energizing. We also said in August we have re-energized ourselves as PAP. The problem is, and as Lumumba said, he said we should go a PAP that goes to the people. But on the budget of going to the people, there is a zero. It's called missions by committees. Committees have no money to do anything, to go anywhere. I'll talk to Lumumba after this and say, you left out one thing. How PAP can be resourced. And I told the PRC last time that we are like a car. After June last year, we have reinvented, we have everything, new tires, engine new, everything, well painted, everything. But this car, the tank is empty. There's no fuel to go anywhere, just stationary. PAP now needs fuel. That's the energy. Energy means the fuel. We don't have that. It's a very serious issue. I don't go to too much detail about it, but it's true that people may look at us from the outside without knowing what is happening right inside. The members raised some issues. Okay, but I want also to say this issue of peace talks on the African continent taking place in Saudi Arabia. I think we need a motion on that one sometime, maybe not. I think we have as parliamentarians. I'll also mention that, in fact, when I met President Ruto in Nairobi, when I was persuading him to attend our session, he said two things, and one I mentioned it yesterday, the other day. He said, one, PAP make sure that the African Continental Free Trade Area is implemented. The other, he said, would want you to comment on what he himself commented and spoke on in depth about this issue of African heads of state being invited everywhere by all sorts of presidents, short and tall, and others, and then basically showing lack of respect. But he said, can you as PAP also debate that issue? And I think we look forward to a motion on the treatment, and including a motion on why do peace talks take place outside the continent. Look at the Ethiopia Tigris issue. It came at least on the continent to South Africa, and it succeeded within a week. It means when you are on your own soil, even the spirits respond quickly than when you do it out too far away from home. And the other that maybe I'll talk to Professor Rumumba about, as we sit here, some MPs have already gone back. Some will tell you we are given money for 5 days, some for 10 days only. Some, the delegation of 5, they say only 2 can go to PAP. All those are challenges about whether PAP can perform. And I think we should look at it seriously. The issue of whether Ghana or Sudan, or sorry, not Sudan, so whether Ghana or Sudan, I think we have heard you. Some go and read, and those books can help, of course. The issue of Botswana and Mauritius, I think one of the key issues are my neighbor to Botswana. I think they've been very good at managing their own natural resources. They are diamond. They have been very good at managing their diamond. It doesn't go into the pockets of politicians, and that's why they are doing very well. And then whatever Zadin, thank you, is gone. We'll invite the families of founding fathers. Of course, if they also have resources to travel to come, sometimes we don't have the money ourselves. They say families. I thought family would include the mother. A visit Soweto, agree. I don't think there is a big issue. PAP outside, and that's Honorable Muntaka, we agree. The issue of ratification of the Malabo Protocol can take more time here. It is not currently not a straightforward type of issue. There are countries that are resisting. I think we need to have a session ourselves, just one morning, where we honestly say, why are you not ratifying? Why are you not ratifying? Why are you not ratifying? Yes. I think that will help us a lot. And then we see where the stumbling blocks are, and some countries not paying. We agree, and I agree that to change, we as parliamentarians need to point out ourselves and say, we ourselves, there are certain things that we have not done. Honorable Chuku from Angola, you have been an ambassador in Addis before. And we take note of your advice that we should have a permanent delegation. Yes, I know it works very well. And the role of women in liberation in the diaspora, I think, is agreed. I didn't quite get Honorable Majimbo's point, the one from Kenya, when he spoke of the stick. I didn't quite get it. I don't want to guess what he meant. Maybe that you have already given sticks. And I don't. You may have to show us the natural stick. Oh yeah, it is being proposed that maybe on Monday go and collect it. Then you stand here and then. Ethiopia, very good. Honorable, look, Haile Selassie, I think, even that the AU offices are in Addis is a confirmation of the role that Haile Selassie played in emancipating people on this continent. And the sixth region from the princess, the sixth region, I think it's a good point. And the visa problems, you are right. And we need to debate these issues. And I don't want to take longer than this. I am done. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Thank you, Mr. President, for your presentation. I would like to request the honourable members to give a round of applause to the President, please. At this juncture, we would like to move on to the closing ceremony, and the closing word will be given by one of the vice presidents. I don't know, Honorable Gayo. Please, can you come to the podium and...
Chief Fortune Cherubra, President of Pan-African Parliament, Excellency Honorable Ango, Vice President of Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency Honorable Amina, Chairperson, Committee on Education, Honorable Members of Pan-African Parliament, Ambassadors, Commissioners, all the protocol observed here. Welcome to this celebration and congratulations. Excellency, why you celebrate Africa Day? We celebrate for good reason. We celebrate in recognition of vision and milestone of founding fathers who worked for the peace, stability, freedom of African people. And today, when we are celebrating, we are fighting. Some names are not mentioned, some are mentioned. Of course, all Africans contributed for this. Let's give big hand to all Africans, to our fathers and mothers who played great role this day to happen. Of course, always there is leader. Our leaders, Kwame Nkrumah. I would like to show you one photo. I think with your permission, let me take my mobile. Honorable members, these two photos, you can see, maybe front and professor can see, this Majesty Haile Selassie and Kwame Nkrumah. On the eve of on the eve of African Day celebration. I mean, no celebration, Founding Day. It was discussion between two leaders. It was how to resolve the problem between Casablanca and Monrovia. And Majesty proposed to host this meeting in Addis. And a photo, yes. Yes, please. Yes. On this very day, these two leaders were discussing on the issue of how to resolve the problem of this division between countries and group. And they agreed to host this meeting in Addis in Ethiopia. Yeah. Yes. And also, Majesty, he proposed, as the honorable member said, of course, we were fortunate to do that, but at the same time, there was intimidation from the imperialist power who do not want that happen, that unity has become a reality. And Kauma Nkrumah and Majesty agreed to handle this issue in a very confidential way, and to circulate that invitations through in a very confidential way to 32 member countries. And it was happened. Professor Matsole and Professor Lumumba. So, Excellencies, I think it's, today we have got very commemorative awareness from these lectures. Now we can think in three ways. One, we saw our journey. Second, we also recognize the situation we are in. And also, we have become visionary to see the way forward. Excellencies, those lectures were very important, and I hope Pan-African Parliament has got a great lecture, a big lecture from this, and then we will think how we are going to celebrate 2024 Africa Day in Pan-African Parliament. I would like to celebrate Pan-African Parliament, that Pan-African Parliament has legislative power as a continental organization, continental legislative organ, like Europe. Everybody will be happy. So when we go to Europe, we will be in equal status with with European colleagues. And also, we will have at least free movement in Africa. We heard that visa issue in some countries, and also that should be solved. And also, we need to have free trade area. Excellencies, you can see, when you go to Europe, we Africans are illegal immigrants. When they need our natural resources, when they loot our minerals, that's not illegal. But when we follow that minerals and that natural resources, we are becoming immigrants. That's not fair. Our youth deserve to stay in Africa. I hope Pan-African Parliament and our head of the states will have model law to prohibit export of African minerals and the resources without adding value to Europe, to Western countries. That, I hope next time will happen. And African youth, we don't have reason to go somewhere where they don't expect us, where they don't want us. We want to stay at home. Let them not loot our resource. Let them add value in Africa and keep our youth in Africa. Excellencies, today it was a great day. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my President, His Excellency, Honorable Chief Charambura, who did great job to happen this day. May we give him our hand to our President. Excellencies, thank you very much for contributions. We have taken notes. We will be ready to celebrate our 20th establishment of Pan-African Parliament next year, 2024, together with the 61st anniversary of Pan-African Parliament. I'll see you next year, and stay safe. Thank you.
Clerk has left for the budget committee, budget meeting with the African Union just now. But he said some members are still asking leaders of delegations. Tomorrow, we expect each leader, or the leader may not be the one, but each delegation, to tell us a report from their own parliament. That from here, last time they went, they presented a report, feedback from your national parliaments. So if you didn't do, you just come here, I didn't do nothing for me, you sit down. Yes, that is how we work. We have to give reports about what we are doing in national parliaments. So I'm just saying, is those that will not be ready means that they will say, Malawi, my brother Mikaya, unfortunately I did not prepare. Fine, we just said not prepared. The other one, so there's nothing difficult about tomorrow. Each delegation, each country will tell us that after October, March, you went back to your national parliament and you did something. If you didn't do, tell us. That should not scare anyone, an MP. I think although the clerk would have done this, we're finished. This afternoon, and we need to come back. The Africa Day celebration continues. It's 2 o'clock. We have to put it at 3. So we come back at 3. We continue with a presentation on Sudan. Sudan, we have the ambassador. Sorry, that side, Ghana. Ghana. Yes, the two Ghana. Yes, there's another meeting there's a meeting here in the Midrand. You are meeting in Accra. No, we are in Midrand. We have the Sudanese ambassador is here. He is going, because we're now moving to, yes, Africa Day, yes. But this issue of conflict on the continent is killing everything. Every initiative is gone, whether it is education for children, they don't go to school, whether it is food and security, whether it is trade. So the natural next topic about Africa now is but the context, the environment on the continent, look, does not support what you are saying about Africa. So the Sudanese ambassador is here. He's going to tell us what is happening in Sudan. And then there is a community of people who live in South Africa who say they also want to say something about Sudan. Then we should have what's called the commissioner for political affairs, peace and security, who will present virtually to us. And then there will be something on the election observation mission by the same commissioner. So let's come back at 3 and look at the issues of conflict and peace and security on the continent. Thank you. Wish you good lunch.